For 5 years, the Champions Chess Tour has delivered a spectacle of high-level chess, with some of the biggest prizes the game has seen. Its 6th iteration is no different. With $1.5 million and 12 spots in the Esports World Cup on the line, the best of the best are coming together for the first tour stop of the year. The Chessable Masters.
Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that was sick from Alireza.
In the spotlight, of course, is Magnus Carlsen. He's the undisputed 5-time champion of the CCT.
He gets a win,
bringing home the tour finals every year since its inception.
The winner of the Champions Chess Tour, world #1, Magnus Carlsen, does it again.
The Chessable Masters has always provided a fiery start to the tour.
What a result, 2-0.
With the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Ding Liren, and Wesley So all having taken home their own crown for the event.
Wesley So wins the Chessable Masters.
The stakes are higher than they have ever been. Who will etch their name into the CCT's legacy? Who will get their chance to make history at the Esports World Cup? It all starts with the Chessable Masters.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2025 Chessable Masters as part of the Champions Chess Tour. My name is Grandmaster Aman Hambleton and I'm joined by Women's Grandmaster Dina Belankaya. Dina, I caught you in the booth yesterday giving commentary. I mean, fill me in. I'm coming in a day late. How was the play-ins?
It was very stressful, Aman, indeed, and a lot of exciting games. There were so many names well known in the chess world, and unfortunately not everybody made it to today. For instance, former world champion Ding Liren, or the bullet master Alexander Bortnik, or even more, the bad boy of chess Hans Niemann. Those were some of the players who did not qualify, but that means that we have a lot of exciting players and games for today, Aman.
Yeah, I mean, you just went through some iconic names in the chess world. To think that those players are missing only means that there are incredibly talented players in the event, and the stakes are a little bit higher, right? We've got the Esports World Cup to think about. You've probably seen, Dina, on social media, like all these different players getting signed to some teams, right?
Yeah, and that's my concern. They're getting signed, but they're not qualifying yet.
Yeah, that's right. They should have waited until after they qualified. Man, yeah, good things to think about. Well, we've got to get into the action today, but honestly, there's so much to explain, and chess.com already made a video explaining it. So let's just listen to that instead.
The road to the Esports World Cup starts now. With 1.5 million on the line, the stakes have never been higher. Only 12 players will qualify from the Champions Chess Tour, and with just 2 events to earn points, every move counts. That's why this year's CCT is bigger, bolder, and more intense than ever. All matches are now placed at a blazing fast 10+0 time control, and the playoff bracket has doubled. 16 players will fight for survival instead of just 8. It all starts with a high-stakes 9-round Swiss, where the top 15 advance. But here's the twist. The #1 seed gets first pick in the playoff bracket. The next 7 finishers pick their opponents, setting up a ruthless best-of-2 showdown to claim the final playoff spots. Then it's game on. 8 qualifiers take on 8 invited titans in a double elimination slugfest. Winners bracket matches are best of 4. The lower bracket stays best of 2. And if it's dead even, cue the clutch Armageddon tiebreaker. Every match, every move, every second matters. Because only the best make it to the Esports World Cup. The Chessable Masters is here. This is do or die mode. Let's go.
Well, you guys just heard it right there. Obviously, quite a lot to take in, but as we look at the bracket here, let's zoom in on the players because that's the easy part to understand. Who is actually in this tournament? And Dina, you caught some of these players actually qualifying in. There's some guys that already got the invitation, but you saw some people just fighting tooth and nail to be here.
Yeah, and there were some decent upsets. For instance, Vachier-Lagrave, who has already got signed up, did not qualify because he got beaten by Sam Sevian, who, as a matter of fact, is gonna be facing his compatriot Fabiano Caruana. How's that gonna go?
Yeah, the all-American matchup there. looking down the list, all the names on the bottom of the matchup are the players that qualified in. So you've got Esipenko, Yu Yangyi, Artemiev, Wei Yi, Grishuk, Duda, Sevian, and Giri. And one name that definitely stands out to me, you watched it yesterday, was Wei Yi. Dina, he finished in first place, but he actually got to select his opponent. I thought that was a really neat detail.
Yes, very, very good point, Aman. And he chose Pragg, which is also an interesting sequence of things here. And does that mean that he underestimates Pragg, or he's thinking that he's like the easiest of all of?
I don't know, Dina. I mean, if I'm selecting Pragg and that's the apparent weakest option of the field, it just shows how strong of an event we've got here, because that sounds like a pretty scary matchup to me. But then you look at all the other names and it really doesn't get much better.
Yeah, honestly, it's tough. It's tough. I can't imagine how it is to be on their spot. And right now the players are still getting ready. So we can probably make some quick guesses on what it's gonna be. I see Carlsen versus Yesipenko, and I recall Andrei Yesipenko actually beating Magnus Carlsen in one of the Tatis deals a couple of years ago. Was that so?
Esipenko, yeah, a real talent, and it's nice to see him again in this Champions Chess Tour format. I've always thought that he's just one of those underrated players, that there's so many strong players in chess that have the spotlight right now, and spotlight's not really on Esipenko, but man, can he ever perform? Magnus Carlsen, though, a very tough opponent for anyone, but in this particular event, Dina, well, he's won it every single time. And we're talking about the Champions Chess Tour. Magnus Carlsen has won every iteration of the event. So, I mean, that's a very tough opponent to have round one.
Well, yeah, so he should be stopped. It's like all
time.
Good things come to an end.
Yeah, someone's got to stop him. And I guess the other important detail is you see all these great names on your screen right there, but it's also a double elimination. So don't worry, your favorite player, if they lose round one, if Esipenko loses to Magnus, he will play again.
Yeah, in fact, we will see him play again in the losers round one. So there is a second chance. It's not all gone today, but some of it can be gone today. So yeah, we're gonna soon have the game started, and I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to some drama on the chessboard.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned Hans didn't qualify, so we're a little short on drama. We'll have to rely on the others to make it happen here. We will be covering round one as well as the quarterfinals today and the first round of the losers bracket. So as you indicated, Dina, we got lots and lots of chess, and honestly, just excited to get into things.
Yeah, and we see on the screen the famous streamer, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura himself. He's getting ready. His stream is probably gonna be on delay, I bet, so that there is no cheating involved. Yeah,
no, that's definitely taken very seriously by chess.com in all events, especially those online. The fair play and anti-cheat is at an all-time high. And I also I was going to say, Hikaru, he might even be wearing his like a jersey there of the team. I saw he was just signed to Team Falcons on social media. That was the most recent announcement that I've seen. But we mentioned earlier, Dina, you've probably seen these announcements popping up here and there. It's like all these top esports teams signing these top chess players.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of like a gamble, isn't it? Because one thing is to sign a player, another thing for players is actually to be qualified to the Esports Cup. It's an interesting bet they're taking right now.
Yep, and already donning his new jersey. That one I know for sure because I've definitely seen Team Liquid before, but Magnus Carlsen on Team Liquid is wearing the jersey right there. Another player on Team Liquid is Fabiano Caruana. So, if you had to pick two players, I'd say they did a pretty decent job, Dina. What do you think?
What are the chances that Fabiano's was actually Magnus's pick?
Well, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, man, there's such a rivalry in chess between Magnus and Hikaru that it's almost illegal for an org to sign them both. Like, they have to be on different teams because it's just so exciting to see them go up against each other. But then who can be on Magnus's team? Because everyone's his rival, his competitor.
Yeah, chess is an individualistic sport, so it's very different from basketball or volleyball. It's like everybody just wants to kill one another. But on a better note, speaking of rivalry, I actually saw a very nice tweet by Hans Niemann who was saying, "Whoever is Team Liquid's biggest competitor, sign me in."
I love that. I saw that tweet as well, and I was like, this is exactly what, chess needs, the esports world needs. He says, wherever Magnus is, just put me on the opposite side, coach, and I'll get in there.
Yeah, that's very funny. Well, as I was saying, some of the players didn't make it, and they were wearing jerseys yesterday, so it's an interesting ride we're taking, Aman.
And let's not forget, the path to the Esports World Cup is obviously the Chessable Masters that we're getting into right now, but there's also another event in the Champions Chess Tour. So while you mentioned maybe MVL, signed to a team, people wearing their jerseys, it's not like it was a one and done. Of course, they can still qualify by the next event as well.
Yeah, and we are looking forward for that one, but right now we're going to focus on the first one. And we are not going to jump ahead of us.
Yeah, the Chessable Masters is definitely an event that is familiar to me. I've always followed the event every year, but it feels like the stakes are just so much higher. You have the Esports World Cup now. It's guaranteed no increment chess. I imagine you probably got your fair share of like maybe crazy blunders, time scrambles. What do you think of no increment chess as it becomes sort of the staple of this tournament right here?
It's about time, Aman. A very important and very new change in the time control. I do believe it's making the games even more exciting. There is no increment, so the time is gonna run. And you know what? It almost feels like every single game is an Armageddon game.
Yeah, truly. I mean, there is Armageddon that we may need to get to today, and we'll certainly be excited to watch those games. But as you mentioned, every game feels like Armageddon. The no increment chess, I believe, is exactly how you push chess forward into that esports sphere, because no increment chess, people want to watch the pressure. They don't want to see, oh yeah, he just gets more time at the end and then he'll always win the winning position.
Yeah, and then the questions of morals start to arise, such as yesterday we had a king and the rook and a pawn versus a king and the rook and a pawn. And what do you do in those positions? Do you just savagely flag your opponent in order to grab that point?
I mean, if I have a jersey from Team Liquid on, Dina, I might be flagging. I'm not gonna lie, but it depends, how motivated these players are. And with the recent signings, I would say that that's pretty good motivation right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually had to explain a few lessons to my co-host David Proust yesterday on that behalf. He was too kind. But chess is a sport, so there's no place for human kindness.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we need to see more ruthless behavior. And it's nice to see two worlds that I'm pretty familiar with, obviously the chess world, but also esports. And just seeing them come together is pretty exciting for me, just as a fan of both.
Yeah, and by the way, there is an extra motivation in this tournament because there is a very good prize fund on the line. Shall we take a look at that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talk about playing for, an org that recently signed you. How about playing for just prize money and earnings? Up there at the top, first place, $25,000. And it goes all the way down to $5,000, Dina, just for being in this top 16.
Yeah, that's a very good prize fund. And speaking of the whole overall Esports World Cup, it's about 1.8 million, I believe.
Amazing. And it's just, chess is one of those games now, esports at the very least, that you just love to see money getting in there in the prize funds, and that it's going to be a competitive event because there's so much on the line.
Yeah, and I've got amazing news for you, Aman. It looks like the games have already begun, so shall we look at the bird's eye view? Here we go.
Fantastic stuff. I'm excited that we're finally getting into games here. A reminder for everyone watching that we will be utilizing similar format, probably to what you had seen, but it's going to be the 4-game match for all matches in the winners section, and then all matches in the losers bracket. Those are going to be 2-game matches. And of course, it's always the explanation in chess. Whenever you hear about an even amount of games, you're like, well, can it just be tied? That's why, Dina, we have Armageddon ready to go in that case.
Yay. And Aman, I guess the choice is yours. Where shall we jump first?
Wow, looking at these games, some of them feels like the moves are coming out way quicker than others. Honestly, I'm immediately looking at the Nakamura game against Grishuk because it feels like Naka's playing a strangely kind of passive opening from what I can see there.
Ooh, that doesn't sound right. Doesn't he know that you gotta control the center in order to control the game?
Yeah, definitely. He needs a few reminders. I mean, B3 is a Nakamura special. This is an opening that he uses a lot, but I have to admit, I haven't seen him play it too often where he plays D3 and pawn to E4. So this is a little bit new to me, but honestly, Hikaru's the type of guy that he can just play whatever opening and he'll find a way to make it work.
Yeah, in fact, it's a very common thing to do whenever you're playing Blitz is to play the system because you got your moves ready one after another. That being said, 10 minutes is not necessarily Blitz, but without an increment, it's a mix, I would say. It's not the rapid type of it's like Blitz, but you have time to figure out the opening.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I guess it's always the case when you're dealing with this no increment chess. It's really hard for the players to properly identify, how much of your clock is maybe worth giving up a certain amount of your position. So what's the ratio? Is it, hey, I'll take 2 minutes extra for maybe being down a pawn or allowing compensation? I don't know. The players are still getting used to this no increment format, but you have to admit, Dina, at some point you would rather have the extra time than just the better position.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you can finish them off straight after the opening. Yeah, it's easy for us to speculate on this behalf, but in fact, it depends on the position. If the position you gotta put something like if it's a critical moment, then you gotta take your time. And then we all know grandmasters like Daniel Naroditsky who can win any position with 20 seconds on their clock.
That's right. That's right. We'll also be getting used to seeing these players in time scrambles, using the pre-moves, but I feel like that's all a thing for the future here because right now we're locked into the opening phase of this game, and I mean the eval bar is just trending a little bit in Grishuk's direction. You have to like Black's game here just with the space in the center, but that's not really it. You can't really just say, okay, he's much better just from that because Hikaru knows these positions, I feel like, so well. So he's definitely ready here. I don't think he's too discouraged.
And I really love the way he puts his knight on c4, sort of an outpost. Not really, because the knight can be kicked out by b5, but right now it's very annoying. And b5 would actually weaken the c6 square, and plus you're putting the pressure on the central e5, so it's kind of those King's Indian structures in a way where you're gonna just push f4. And once again, it looks like Hikaru knows exactly what he's doing, and he's got easy moves and a huge time advantage. We were just talking about that with you, Aman. It's 9 minutes for Hikaru versus 6 minutes and 40 seconds for Alexander Grishuk.
Yeah, and that's one of the advantages when you play an opening like the Hikaru probably knows in and out. It's not always going to be the best according to the engine, but it's definitely going to be one where now that 3 minutes, I would say, is 100% worth it. I would definitely rather have those extra 3 minutes in maybe a slightly worse position because as we see from this last move, all it takes is one move that maybe it's not so good, and all of a sudden, maybe back to around even, and then who has the advantage? It's Hikaru with the extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this position looks pretty solid to me. We do see the players on the screens. They're focused. Shall we take a look at the bird's eye view again to see who else is out there with exciting opening setup?
Yeah, absolutely. There's that game kind of quieted down a little bit as the moves went on, but there's so many games in action here. I don't know which ones look interesting to you. I'm immediately drawn to the Nepo game because it looks like a very funny, like almost closed position. I'm wondering if anyone can win this game.
I was just looking at that one. Indeed, it looks like a super closed position, but it's an opposite castles, opposite kings, and Wow, I can only imagine what was the opening like here. And this rook on h7, Jesus, what is that doing?
It's well, let's just say it's a very good defender, but I'm not sure that it's really going to be able to do much more than defend.
And then the moment you play knight g5, if bishop takes and pawn takes, it will be completely trapped in the fortress of the bishop f6.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that you need to watch out for to some degree as white is maybe if that knight on b8, I mean, it's impossible, but if it gets to f5, it's a long journey, but that looks like a great square for the knight. And we see black is avoiding trading the bishops because the pawns are all on light squares. Black's bishop is actually the good bishop here.
Yeah, well, so is white's bishop on g5, even though it's the same pawns of the same color. But if you put it on f6, I bet it's much stronger. But I guess it's not as important because the bishops most likely will be changed in this position, and then we'll have to look at the pawns. For instance, what are the pawn breaks? And it looks like, to me personally, it looks like white is the only one who would have a pawn break, such as maybe f5 or g4 or, I don't know, a3 and then sacrifice something.
Yep. In an endgame, maybe b4 can be taken by black to try to mobilize all the pawns, but of course you're not thinking about anything that crazy just now. It feels to me like one of those positions where mainly white has the possibility to win, but you can always overcommit, like try to open the game too quickly, and then it could backfire. But honestly, I'm just kind of intimidated by Nepo's webcam there. That looks pretty scary to play against.
Oh yeah, that's Nepo's usual setup. But I'm personally more intimidated by Jan Krzysztof's cam. But speaking of, Jan Krzysztof yesterday had a very dramatic path to the qualification. As a matter of fact, he was leading the whole Swiss all the way until the last round, where he accidentally lost his game and then had to fight in the playoff,
right?
Which also didn't go that well. He was completely losing in the first game and then managed to swindle. And then he was losing again in the second game. And then his opponent just blundered the queen. And that's how Jan Krzysztof is facing Nepo today.
Got it. Yeah, the path that these players have taken, some much easier than others, but yeah, I mean, it really doesn't affect anything at this point. I think as long as they've made it here, they're probably pretty happy with that. And we see g4. This is a kind of a big moment in the game because finally we see that break, and it feels like Nepo's kind of the one pushing. He's the one that's trying to make something happen in this game.
Yeah, well, even though the evil bar doesn't say that the white has any advantage, don't be fooled. The practical chances when one side has a plan and another side does not are very high. But then it's actually gonna come down, I guess, to the time scramble. Oh my goodness, what is knight h4? I didn't see that.
It's interesting because I immediately thought that this was just like losing after king g3, and wow, I mean, I wondered, do you think he fully planned this out? Like he really thought that this was the right way to handle it? Because this doesn't look right.
No chance. This is a very, very good blunder with a very good bluff right after.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Still, so surprising that, I don't know, that he would miss king g3 like that, but it does happen, and now he's got a really solid structure, but he's missing a piece, so definitely, you can see the confused look by Nepo after that move. He's always got the face that matches the move quality.
Yeah, Nepo is always looking at you like something's wrong, but that's also the power of a competitor, you know? You gotta make your opponent think that they are losing. Like, there are so many players like that, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Levon Aronian always thinks that he's better. Vladimir Kramnikov was always thinking that he was winning. It's a good attitude, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I think that's what's missing for me because I always think I'm losing.
Yeah, the confidence is super important. They say it's so much more important to be overconfident than lacking confidence in chess when competing. But back to the position. Here we have still a piece. And Aman, I was just thinking, there is a chance it was like a sacrifice, because it's a positional sacrifice, because there is no way to break through yet because all the pawns are blocked.
Yep. I feel like, obviously, if everything trades, it's a very easy win for white. The rooks look like they're going to disappear at some point. But rook h2, I don't know. I was going to say, if you take it, I don't really like having to block that check with knight g2, or, even worse, losing the b2 pawn. So I guess you have to move your king here.
Yeah, and that's the only move to keep up the advantage, which is weird. But okay, it was played. King e3 on the board.
Yeah, now I wonder about queen h4. Yeah, just getting the queen involved, maybe even queen g5. But yeah, queen h4 seems decent. Just getting the pieces in there, and I don't really know what I'm gonna do next. Obviously, I want to trade, but black doesn't have to agree to this.
Yeah, well, now that Nepo has an extra knight and still about to convert, how about we jump to the bird's eye view and see what's going on some other boards? As a matter of fact, we already have one result. It looks like So and Yu actually drew their game.
Yeah, we have an early result, which, I mean, thankfully it's a draw, because if someone lost that quickly, they would certainly not be happy. So they are going to move on to the next game peacefully, and a lot of other games still with action here. I'm trying to get a feel for these boards, but a lot of games, they do seem like they're just kind of moving along in the middle game, but Pragg and Wei Yi are they're already in an endgame.
Let me open that one for you.
And meanwhile, it does look like Firouzja and Giri will make a draw in an opposite bishop endgame. So that one will certainly be a draw. But Pragg and Wei Yi are in a position where it feels like it's kind of even in terms of material. But I wonder if it's actually a draw, because you just see these positions with bishop against knight and some sort of pass pawn. I never really know how to evaluate them. So tricky.
Yeah, well, usually they say that the bishop is better than the knight in the open positions, in the open endgames, because this bishop can at the same time help its own pass pawn and stop the opponent's pass pawn. That being said, this f pawn is not an h pawn, so it's not that far. So basically, placing the knight in the center would be more than enough to control both sides on the board. Yeah, I guess pretty even is somewhat correct, but it's all gonna come down to time.
Yep. I definitely agree. I really like the placement of the black bishop right now. I don't know if there's a word for it, but the way that it's placed in accordance with the knight on c3, as we're highlighting, just covering every single square, it feels like it's perfectly placed. And bishop c6, no different. We're once again covering every square. So I really like the bishop, and I'm also paying close attention to this matchup because I just think it's so interesting that Wei Yi, out of all the opponents he could have picked, decided to pick Pragnananda, and I just want to see whether that's going to pay off for him or not.
Yeah, well, in all fairness, even if he loses, that's not gonna prove anything, unfortunately, just because he could have lost to anyone. But okay, we're not yet ready to sign him off.
No, definitely not. White has the pressure of maybe b5 being played, and certainly the more active rook on c7, but as black finally realizes, okay, this is a moment I can play rook h8, the white rook on d3 can't slide over to f3, it can't move to d7, so it's not an easy way to hit that f pawn. And black, meanwhile, might want to play rook h2 and start making threats of his own.
Yeah, I would certainly pick black here, but okay. Well, listen, Aman, this position looks pretty calm still, yeah, to me. How about we go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is on the menu for today?
Yeah, with all the games going on, just sort of drop in here and there. Want to make sure we bring the most exciting positions, and a great thing for that is usually the evaluation bar, Dina, and it's jumping all over the place in a number of games that I can see. Magnus, Arjun, and even, of course, that Nepo game, which obviously looks like a win now.
Yeah, well, Nepo game looks easy to me. Even I could win that with an extra knight.
I hope so.
I do see a result in Giri versus Firouzja. It's another draw, so that makes our choice even easier. I see Arjun being completely lost, but queens are on the board. And then we have Nakamura, of course, who is actually starting to smell the roses after his 1b3.
That's right. And of course, Nepo confirmed with that result. And you called it. Duda must have just seen a ghost and tried to pull it off as a bluff. That is a serious blunder. Maybe let's check the Arjun game. We haven't been to Erigaisi against Artemiev yet. And a huge advantage here for Artemiev as Arjun. I mean, this position is big trouble, actually, and kind of surprising because he feels like he's being attacked when the kings are castled on the same side.
Ew. The queen on a4 is pretty powerful. And then the rook on h3. When I see the rook on h3, I start, thinking only worse things about players. But yeah, it looks like this. I mean, there is a threat, knight b4. I can see that. Then king goes down. And then what?
Yeah, it feels like there's almost some combination of like knight b4, knight captures on e4, rook to d3. Like I start getting really scared about the tactical potential. Now, I haven't calculated everything, but I imagine there's a big shot somewhere.
And here it is. Brilliant move. Knight takes c4. Oh my lands. What is happening after queen takes?
It looks like maybe then you couple that with knight b4 and everything finds a way to work. There's knight b4, there's rook d2 here. So many moves look tempting.
In fact, knight c4 was actually a sacrifice of exchange and, or as they say, of a rook after bishop b8. But now knight b4, as Aman suggested, and after king a1, are we going to see knight takes a3? And is that a game over?
Wow, that looks like very, very unstoppable. The knights find a very good way to coordinate. After knight takes a3, you're threatening knight to a number of different places. Knight to c2, knight a to c2 looks like the clear checkmate incoming, double check. But if the white queen moves, let's say takes on c5 maybe, then I don't think that, I mean, I guess you could still go knight c2 and queen a3. Yeah, knight c2, queen a3.
How about knight to c4? I'm sorry for interrupting you. King b1 and queen a2 checkmate.
Looks good as well. And he has played knight a3. So I think we're going to get one of these. I mean, honestly, we might get a resignation. I don't really see a good way to try to survive other than moving the king. Kind of have to play like king out of the way so that you don't get checked. But I don't think
b2, right?
Yeah, I don't think this really solves the problem. There's so many checks and other moves for black to do. Not to mention, rook to even take the bishop on b8 could be good. So spoiled for choice.
Yeah, and there is a rook d2. No, there is no rook d2. But yeah, knight. Ooh. Yeah. Well, that's gonna be a finish line. Knight b5. Ooh, knight b5 was played. That was a random guess. Rook to a1 attacking the queen, but knight takes c3, rook a4, and knight takes a4. And the next move is gonna be king b8.
This is I mean, it definitely looks like we saw a blunder. I don't know if I can use that word, but whatever Artemiev just did is definitely not that good. He definitely had much better than this. I'm sure that he's going to manage to win this game. I don't doubt that. It's been a beautiful game, but something about what we just saw there must have been, not ideal.
Oh my goodness. While we were looking at this checkmate, which didn't take place, Hikaru Nakamura has already won his game.
Amazing. What? Where did that happen from? But last time we looked, it was that Hikaru was almost lost, or not lost, of course, but the eval bar was way in Grishuk's favor, and I'm wondering if that time pressure, that extra time that we saw in the opening, came back to bite Grishuk, who is notorious for being low on time. What is this checkmate?
Yeah, it's a beautiful one, and so many pieces are missing. All right, let me take a look. Wasn't that a blunder? Oh my god, it was a blunder. Queen e4 was blundering a checkmate in one in the position with 2 extra pieces on the board.
Oh my goodness. I guess in fairness to Grishuk, the evaluation at this point, despite the 2 extra pieces, is still in Hikaru's favor. So Hikaru had worked some magic in the last 10 moves, but still, to give up that checkmate in 1 for a high caliber player like Grishuk does not happen very often. That is a huge miss.
Yeah, I feel like we missed out on some action here, and so that we don't miss any more action, how about we go to the bird's eye view and see what else is left for us?
Well, we have to go to Wei Yi's game. It's the only game remaining. I guess that's Arjun drawing against Artemiev. So I think what I was saying was correct. That was a huge, huge mistake from Artemiev.
Yeah, and look at this, 10 seconds each. What is gonna be this game like?
Yeah, I would. I mean, at this point, play Rook to D7, Rook D5, Rook D7. Great pre-moves. There you go. It's exactly what I would do. And now you can pre-move this all the way to the finish line.
Who's gonna checkmate? 4 seconds. I know some people who would do it. Oh my god, and they're doing it. It's gonna be a checkmate.
Wow. Look at that finish there. That's why we have no increment chess, ladies and gentlemen. True excitement right there, down to the wire.
Yeah, checkmate with 2 seconds on the clock only. And that leaves us with Magnus Carlsen beating Andrei Yesipenko, Wesley So, and Yu Yanyi drawing their game. Arjun Erigaisi versus Vladislav Antonov, another draw. Then Wei Yi, we just saw how he beat Pragg. No, that wasn't Pragnanta.
Yeah,
Wei Yi just beat. Oh yeah,
exactly.
That was.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, that was.
And also Hikaru. I don't know where he pulled that win out of against Grishuk. That was phenomenal. Huge comeback from him in that game. Jan probably had one of the easier wins as he was just gifted a piece by Duda. Some miscalculation. Yuri and Alireza, very peaceful result. And Fabiano beating Sam Sevian. I mean, it's hard to be everywhere at once, but I mean, we caught some exciting moments, but there's also some exciting moments that we didn't see. I think Magnus won kind of a slow rook end game. Wow, there's action everywhere.
Yeah, and something tells me as the games are gonna begin that we have to take it from Hikaru's game. That's something that I'm personally the most interested in, and it looks like the games have already started, so we can take a look at the bird's eye view first, but Hikaru is something that's calling my name.
Yeah, I mean, he always has exciting games, especially when he's in a slightly worse position. I've always said I think Hikaru is one of the most resourceful players in the world. He's so good when his position is a little bit questionable. He just always knows how to stay in there with resilience. So I always enjoy watching him when it looks like, you know, you're looking at the position and you're thinking, wow, I wouldn't do well here. This looks horrible, but he finds a way to make it work as he did in the last game.
Yeah, and you know, Aman, in that regard, it kind of makes me wonder, where do you stand on Hikaru's fake retirement?
Well, I think anytime you know, a player is in a, let's call it a slump, or maybe even just results that they don't feel are satisfactory, obviously they get a lot of pressure from the outside, from the fans, maybe even from the haters who are just calling for that player to focus on other things. And Hikaru has it tough because he's such a popular and successful streamer that anytime he has a, you know, adverse result in you know, his tournaments, people are just like, oh, go back to streaming or whatever. I mean, fact of the matter is, Hikaru's been able to do both extremely successfully for such a long time. He's set the bar for himself so high that when he's not winning every event left and right, people are calling him washed, and it's not true at all.
Yeah, it's weird to me in a way how that can get into his head, but I guess everybody is no one is immune to the criticism and the crowd opinion, I guess. Well, let's
Absolutely.
go take a look at the moves. We have this another kind of interesting setup from Hikaru, and I'm gonna walk you through the first moves that we've missed, which was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. So far, so good. But knight e7 is already a sort of sideline, knight c3, and knight g6. I'll be honest with you, Aman, I am no grandmaster, but as a woman grandmaster, I've never seen this thing before.
Yeah, I've actually come up with a funny opening myself, which which basically is exactly this: knight e7, knight g6. But I came up with it kind of as a joke, and now I see Hikaru playing it. I'm like, okay, hang on, I've got to take this seriously. Now, one of the reasons why you've probably never seen this is if White plays the move g3, they don't have to play it right now. But if they play it at any point soon, the knight on g6 just doesn't exist. It can't go to f4, it can't go to h4, e5's covered. So you start to wonder, what was the point of spending a couple extra moves to do this? So I think that Grishuk probably has a setup here that he can go for, which will really work well against the knight, which is pawn on g3, pawn on h4. And depending on whether he does that, I think this could work out really nicely for him. But Hikaru going for something offbeat, and if Grishuk plays more standard without g3, that knight can be super dangerous on f4.
Yeah, and as Grishuk is trying to figure it out, how about, there has been a6, bishop c4, and knight takes c4. There has been some changes of the structure.
Yep, he probably grabbed the bishop with knight a5 because with the knight on g6, the f7 pawn is so weak, with the knight on f3 able to jump to g5 and the bishop on c4 hitting it. So have to get rid of that bishop. We do see h4 from Grishuk. Everything from Grishuk I like, except I wish we still had that bishop. So I don't know. Don't love missing that bishop here. And I think for all, intents and purposes, I think Hikaru is probably pretty happy just taking that bishop off the board.
Yeah, that's a very new situation here, but it's probably time for us to leave these guys alone, figuring out what's gonna happen next, and take a look back at the bird's eye view, because it occurred to me we haven't yet given any attention to the world number one, Mr. Magnus Carlsen himself.
Yeah, Magnus, he had one of those games that didn't look that interesting in the first round, and then all of a sudden he was in an endgame where it was a rook endgame, and he just ground the position down for a win, classic Magnus style. So let's definitely take a look before maybe it gets to that stage again at what we've got here. He's against Esipenko. He's won the first game. He always performs so well in these champion chess tours. So let's see exactly how he does it.
Yeah, and an interesting thing is that here again there is yet another classic, so to be Magnus type of a position, a typical Carlsbad, although there have been some changes on the A pawn versus the B pawn, and then the A file is now semi-open, then the C5, which led to a B5 square for white. Still a pretty solid setup, and it's going to be interesting to see how Magnus is going to try to outplay his opponent, although he doesn't really need to. Well, technically he does, because even though a draw would still guarantee his lead, it's not a 2.5 points out of 4.
Yeah, no matter what, we'll need to see more games in this matchup, but as long as Magnus puts some result on the board, he could end the matchup in the next game. For me, the move that's so good and stunning is the move c5. Now, it looks like just a normal move, but disconnecting the pawns from b7, c6, d5, they look so pretty. Everything's defending everything, but playing c5 changes the entire nature of the position. The a4 pawn becomes more of a target with the bishop on d7 plus the knight on e6, maybe jumping into c5 to take that pawn back. The a4 pawn becomes a target, and Magnus is saying, look, I'll take an isolated pawn on b7. I'll take an isolated pawn on d5 just to pressure this a pawn. And he's evaluated that that's worth it.
Yeah, that's indeed a very interesting choice, because you kind of ruin your own pawn structure, but this position becomes also dynamic. And, well, I won't hide, Aman. I absolutely hate isolated pawn structures.
Yep.
I cannot play them with either color, and maybe that's why my coaches would always force me to play those positions. What about you?
Yeah, I'm definitely the same, and that's good advice from coaches, because you gotta play those positions that you do not enjoy, and that's definitely a weakness of mine. I would always rather play against an isolated pawn, which is probably why I look at Magnus's c5 and I'm like, wait, really? c5? But yeah, it looks like a good move.
Yeah, and right now, for some reason though, after bishop f5, the evil bar is no longer happy after rook E8, computer says that black is now better. And I guess the explanation for that is pretty simple because white hasn't done anything and they're already having this pawn. Oh, and the rook A to B1, just letting black capture just like that. There is a trick, right?
Yeah, I guess with the bishop on f5, white's also looking to take the knight on e6 and take on c5. So he's saying, okay, if you win the a pawn, I also win the c pawn. But what's being underestimated here is after c4, black has no more problems with the c pawn, and white still has all the problems with the a pawn.
Yeah, and now the knight jumps into e5 and trying to kind of get control of the center, but it's not enough because just bishop takes b5, and then the file is ours. I believe we're taking, getting rid of the worst piece. Oh, Magnus doesn't do it. He instead chooses to put the bishop on e8.
Yeah, it's a tough choice because he's also thinking that, okay, white can't play rook a1, or you just take the knight for free at that point. So it seems like white has to play the knight back to c3. So Magnus is maybe thinking, well, after that move, maybe then I just take on a4. And I'd rather maybe win a pawn than have that other position with the open a file. The computer might say, oh, it's much better to have the open file, but I think Magnus is thinking that he might just win material.
Yeah, Magnus is gonna have both, the open file and the extra pawn.
Right. Yeah, I mean, why take one when you can have both?
And look at him. He's almost sleeping, but don't be fooled. That's a very typical Magnus focus body language.
Yeah, I really can't confirm whether his eyes are actually like open. He really looks like he could fall asleep at any moment here, but we see a few blinks there, just confirmation signs of life, and there you go, Magnus Carlsen. He's that good when he's half asleep.
Yeah, and his opponent on the other side definitely moving more, so the adrenaline is kicking higher. Understandable, you're playing former world champion, the world #1, the legend, the GOAT, the Magnus Carlsen himself, but Andre already beat Magnus before, so he shouldn't really be intimidated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and this is definitely a position where, okay, Esipenko's going to have a couple easy moves, doubling the rooks, etc. But, I mean, there's a protected pass pawn on c4, and the d5 pawn and b7 pawns are both defended by knights, which basically means I can't see any way to put more pressure on them unless you reroute your own pieces with white. And there's one of those reroutes, knight to g4, finally looking at the d5 pawn as a target.
Yeah, and that's an interesting trait that white is about to offer, because if black takes, then I would suggest... Actually, maybe not. I was gonna say h takes, bring the pawn to the center, then I realized that queen h4 would be annoying. Yeah, so white is simply trying to trade. Usually not the best thing when you're on lower with the pieces, but you're just trying to create something, as a man said, kind of rerouting pieces. And yeah, well, this position looks still plenty of life. I suggest we take a look at what's going on in other games.
Yeah, we always want to keep moving here. It looks like with that last move, signs of life for Esipenko, but Magnus with a beautiful protected pass pawn and extra material. We've already seen a draw in Wei Yi and Pragg, and I guess after that result in the previous game, Wei Yi happy to do that. So they've already drawn their game. Artemiev and Arjun looks very, very equal there. We have to be drawn to some of these other games, like Firouzja Giri comes to mind, a matchup that we didn't check in with that much because it was just an opposite bishop position. They've got opposite bishops again, but suddenly this looks really good for Firouzja.
Yeah, and I was also looking at the Duda versus Nepomniachtchi, and remember, Duda is now kind of in a must win, not yet, but he definitely needs to score back, and he actually has an age, and that's a very interesting imbalance there. You see 2 rooks versus 2 bishops.
2 rooks, 2 bishops, protected pass pawn. Looks like we're spoiled for choice here.
Yeah, Aman, you pick.
Well, let's take a look at Giri and Firouzja, because I worry that if we don't take a look right now, it's going to be a boring opposite bishop position later, and it won't be worth looking at. So we can take a look at that one maybe while, in my opinion, Firouzja is still pushing here. The knights are on the board, the rooks are on the board, and very similar to what we saw in the last game. But with that extra material, the knights and rooks, definitely advantage for Alireza.
Yeah, look at this knight on g3. My first idea is that the knight just only looks good but doesn't really do anything. But then I realized that the white rook is actually out of the game and the king cannot really move. So white is extremely passive, and maybe that's because the d2 pawn has never moved forward, and Anish probably should check the rules that he was taught when he was only starting the game, which was put your central pawns to the center.
That's right. It feels like these players are all so good that they're now at the level where they can break all the rules again. Classic GM things.
Whoa, a knight of one. That's so beautiful. Just another example of what you were saying. Where is the knight going? But where will the rook go? And if you go, like, let's say king e1 trying to kick this knight, probably the idea is to put the knight on h2 and then to f3, where the knight would be way more powerful than on g3.
Yeah, you don't often see a knight reroute totally in your opponent's territory. Knight f1, knight h2, knight f3 is really nice. I can also see bishop c3 being met by knight captures e3, which is a really nice way to ensure that the c file stays open. And the next couple moves, it looks like bishop maybe coming to d3. There it is. And of course, bishop c3 can't be played. So I'm starting to get very concerned because the black rook is about to enter. This looks like almost a boa constrictor type of chess from Alireza.
Yeah, it just honestly looks to me like Alireza is taking Anish to school.
Yeah, you'd definitely think that in this case, there's no way it's Anish Giri playing with the white pieces, because you've got a knight on h1, a rook fianchettoed. Like, what's going on here? None of these pieces are good.
Yeah, doesn't he know that the fianchetto should be for the bishop? But okay, who am I to make jokes? This position is interesting, but it also looks like it's kind of one-sided. I don't know if we have time to jump to yet another game to see what's the action like there.
I think with the type of no increment chess that we've got and the action today, I think we always have time to jump around. G5 looks like a big blunder though, Dina. So maybe with this move, we could probably guess how things might end. I mean, I'm looking at the black rook, and can we go the really slow way? Oh, wow. What a move is that? Knight e3.
Knight e3 is the computer's suggestion, and obviously you cannot take with a pawn because the rook is hanging, but the engine says you should take with a pawn, because if you're taking with the bishop, ladies and gentlemen, white king is gonna get checkmated in exactly 3 moves.
And I thought that maybe the king could run away, but, congratulations to the black pawn on h4 for helping out in this beautiful checkmate pattern.
Yeah, it's almost like how you outplay a bishop and the rook against the rook, except for here, you outplay a bishop and the rook against the rook and the bishop and the knight.
Yeah, exactly. The knight is just irrelevant. It doesn't matter if it's on the board. He decides to play rook a2. This was what I was expecting, because you go the slow way. You go rook a3, rook takes b3, and then rook down to b1, and that was enough.
Yeah, and weirdly, Alireza didn't even find knight e3, but that didn't matter because he won the game anyway.
Beautiful. As we've been talking about, completely outclassed Giri just in that game right there. We should jump back to the bird's eye view and prepare another game to jump into, because that one, I mean, I'm looking at that Duda position. It looks like it's fully converted at this point, and it looks like he will bounce back.
Yeah, unless he blunders the maiden one like Grishuk did, but we don't talk about that.
Yep, no, we no more mentions of that. We got our one out of the way. Other positions here, we've seen a couple draws. We saw that beautiful conversion from Firouzja, but in terms of the other games, it definitely looks like Magnus is not in as good of a position anymore, and Yu Yangyi against Wesley So is catching my eye as a game we haven't jumped in on just yet.
Let me take a look at that one as I open it. Yu Yangyi versus Wesley So. What do we have here?
Yeah, I immediately look at the center of the board there, and I'm drawn to this great blockade. White has a nice rook, and then I started counting up the material, and I realized that for a second there, we didn't even we were down 2 pawns, and in this case, we're down 1. So big advantage for Wesley is what it feels like.
Yeah, but it doesn't show the same according to this Stockfish. Apparently, it's not enough, and White is doing just fine. And probably it's due to the piece activity. If you look at this beautiful queen on f4, but like queen doesn't matter when you got the rook on a7. This is the stomach paradise. Have you heard of this expression, Aman?
I haven't. Please enlighten.
No, this is coming from the Soviet school of chess, where you say if you put your rook on the 7th or on the 2nd, then you're gonna have a very nice dinner tonight and basically almost win the game.
Oh, I have a lot of dinners to claim then.
Yeah, no, this is a nice thing to do, and that's why the pawn is compensated. It actually was the combination of these two pieces together was forcing the black rook to go back to f8, even though the bishop is protecting f7. But this is why White put the bishop on h3 in order, to deviate the defender. So yeah, that's an interesting way to balance things. Aman, I am sorry, but I want to see more drama. How about we find some other games?
I've been looking at the other games. I think that Magnus's game is the only one that, there is an imbalance there. Otherwise, most of the other games are completed, and we do have results in. Hikaru won again. Duda did convert that against Nepo, and we see some kind of rook and knight, I guess, kind of boring now, in Esipenko and Carlsen.
Well, I actually don't think it's going to be boring, because remember what we started with our discussion? A rook versus a rook. Are you going to try to flag or not? And here Magnus has an extra knight. And even though this is a theoretically drawn position, Esipenko has only 14 seconds while Magnus has 36. So unless it's going to be 50 move rule, Magnus is going to squeeze the water out of stone.
He should here. Yeah, at this point, I think it's almost fair to say that it is winning for Black. And of course, that's nothing to do with chess anymore, but just the match situation.
The 50 move rule is going to be the only hope. And I'm curious, when was the last trade? Okay, at this point, I'm not going to look, but I'll tell you. I guess we'll know.
I wonder if it's going to play into things.
No! Wow. It's a stalemate! Oh my god!
Wow. And the impressive part about that is that you lose the knight. Honestly, at that point, if I'm Magnus, I'm just going to say it. Shouldn't you not take that rook, Dina? King f4.
Right.
Got to play to the end.
And then there is no 50 move rule anymore.
That's what I mean. But
and Magnus was smiling. He definitely didn't think it through.
I don't know if that's the level, that you want to stoop to. Flagging rook versus rook when you only have a 5-6 second advantage. Magnus knows that Esipenko is probably a pretty fast player as well, so I don't know if that would have been the right decision. But that's something to think about in this new format with no increment. Wow, that was incredible, and he just had to smile and show some respect to Esipenko for finding that amazing stalemate idea.
The only thing I was really impressed by is that it almost looked like Esipenko pre-moved rook e3, which would be a gamble because you don't know if the rook is gonna stay on the second rank.
Yeah, no, he did, and he brought at least a half a point on the table. It looked like Carlsen might have gone up 2-0. We see the results here on screen. Carlsen ahead of Esipenko, Yu Yangyi leading. We also have Wei Yi with that win we saw earlier on top of Pragg. And how about the only 2-0 Dina, in the entire event right now, which is Nakamura on top of Grishuk, and we thought that Naka was going to lose game 1.
Yeah, well, we talked about this. Nakamura is definitely one of the most accomplished players on the internet, and he is about to prove that yet again, and also a very interesting opening choice by Naka. It almost looks like a disrespect.
Well, Hikaru is, I'm sure, means none of it. He's just so good at unorthodox openings, and he made it work there. We saw, I think, a couple games that, almost that Firouzja against Giri that were just so impressive in terms of technique and slowly making it happen. We saw the aggressive attack in that Arjun game by Artemiev. So many crazy types of games, but we are going to take a short break before we get back to the action here at the 2025 Chessable Masters. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. Today I bring you a spicy game from the Chessable Masters 2024 between Grandmasters San Sebastian and Wesley So. The battle kicks off with the Janowski defense in the Queen's Gambit. Now, after Queen to c7, Black prepares h6 followed by g5. So White wisely plays Queen to d2 to fortify f4. But then Rook ac1 happens, a tactical disaster, since now after Bishop f4 and Knight c4, White's queen finds itself with too many responsibilities, trying to hold b2 and f4 at the same time. She can't handle the pressure, so White is forced to trade on c4, leaving the d4 pawn as an easy target. After a couple of moves and a rook exchange, Sebastian launches his knights towards Black's king, hoping for an attack, but let's be real, it's like throwing paper planes at a battleship. Then comes h5, kicking White's knight all the way back to the shameful h2 square, since f4 is hanging. Another rook trade happens and White recovers material with knight e7 followed by knight takes e6, trying to stay in the game. But then Wesley plays queen to f5, a great move, stopping d5, protecting h5 and rolling out the carpet for his knight to jump into f4. Then with a5, Black keeps marching forward like a chess terminator. After bishop g6, a nasty threat appears. Knight takes g2 followed by queen takes c2. Could White try to avoid that by playing knight e1? Nope. The brilliant queen takes d4 followed by knight e2 just wins the game. The game continued with queen d2, but then after knight takes h3, Black keeps collecting pieces like Pokemon. Knight f3 is a deadly threat now. At this point, White realizes that there is no escape from the double threat against f2 and d6 and throws in the towel. One small mistake and Wesley grabs you by the throat and never let you go.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. f5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Back to the 2025 Chessable Masters as part of the Champions Chess Tour. Grandmaster Mon Hambleton with me, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. Dina, we are potentially halfway through some of these matches, but honestly, some of them could end in this very next game, including Hikaru Nakamura 2-0 up in his matchup. I mean, you think he's going to be able to do it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have my full trust and faith in Hikaru, as he's been completely dominating his opponent so far with such a dubious opening choice, but that's Hikaru. We already talked about it. That's his signature approach.
Yeah, it really is. We've seen a little bit of everything. We'll try to make sure to drop in on all those games, move around a lot, but currently it's looking like Nakamura poised to move forward, but he has to get it done by securing half a point more. Remember, these matchups are best of 4 games in the winner's bracket. These are the matchups right here. We haven't quite looked at Caruana and Sevian, so we'll definitely jump in on that one at some point this round, Dina, but Fabiano holding lead there.
Yeah, and we have so many more interesting things to see, such as, for example, Nepomniachtchi versus Duda finished in an even score after the first 2 games, although the game number 1 did not go that well for Duda at all. He just sacrificed the knight, which happened to be a blunder.
Yeah, and considering he had such a tough first game, it was amazing to see him just bounce back immediately in the next one. Looking at the bird's eye view, we've got every game in progress here, and I mean, you're not really going to see action too early in the game, but in the top left on that board between Magnus and Esipenko, I just can't help but notice the pawn is on g4 up there.
Oh my goodness, what is that? And then the pawn on h4. Let's jump right into the action of what's going here. Magnus is absolutely taking a new approach, although something tells me that's a well-known theoretical line.
Yeah, I feel like if this was my game or I was spectating another game, I might be really intrigued by g4. But when I see it from these top guys, I'm like, I guess it's just well-known theory. But g6, according to the engine, certainly not well-known or theory, as it's pretty critical of this move as a reaction to Magnus's pawns.
Yeah, and Magnus has taken another interesting posture, his alternative focus mode. Wow, g6. Instead, computer is saying it would have been better to develop the bishop through the other side. I wonder why. I guess it's gonna all play into the hands of white's pawn advancement, and the bishop on h3 is now kind of, finishing the development. I guess white is gonna castle long.
Yeah, definitely looks like it, especially after playing g4, h4. There's no place for white's king on g1 anymore. And black has to decide, I mean, are you really comfortable playing bishop g7 and short castle? Because I might even be less comfortable castling queenside. So Magnus is doing something interesting. He's preparing the attack before black's king is on the king side, because he's probably thinking there's no other place for it to go.
Yeah. Well, I'd be honest with you. I wouldn't be comfortable with both pushing the pawn on g like that and also facing the pawn like that, because it's kind of intimidating.
Yeah, and after that last game, it's fair to say Magnus might have woken up a little bit. He's seated up in his chair. Looks like he's probably happy enough with his position here. And a reminder that with a win with the white pieces, he would actually win the entire set here, this best of 4.
Oh no, something happened though, Aman, right now, as we saw the knight takes d7. And knight takes d7, knight d5 was not the right move, because after queen a5, knight c3, now the d4 pawn is falling. And it looks like black is actually now better. Just look at this position, everything is open. White has nowhere to castle short, and me saying that, watching Magnus Carlsen short.
I mean, that pretty much sums it up right there. I don't think you were wrong at all in that assessment. It just goes to show how much he probably did not like his position, because he castled short. Believe me, he's not happy to do that.
And now knight e5, and black is just simply better, and the material is even, but look at these knights. They are so strong and powerful here in the center.
Amazing. And black's about to play rook d8, so I mean, this looks like a position that Magnus is really going to struggle in. He plays bishop g2 to cover f3, but I absolutely do not like this position. I wouldn't be surprised if tactically Magnus is in serious trouble here.
Yeah, and as Milos is about to figure that out, apparently someone else has just played g4, believe it or not. But in the game of Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri, we have seen another pawn push from the king side, although nothing to get too excited because the position is somewhat closed. And me saying that, actually witnessing the rook on d5, excuse me.
Yeah, that's definitely a very unusual. We're in the bottom right of your screen there. Firouzja against Giri, and the move f6 has just been played against Firouzja there. We can definitely drop in on that briefly because I feel like people have not seen a rook in the center of the board like that didn't come from the d file. Like, I mean, obviously we know how the rook got there, but it's a very unusual path. Rook a1, rook a5, rook d5.
Yeah, and like we all know that the outposts in the center are meant for the knights, worst case for the bishops, but not for the rooks. And then the bishop is gonna kick them out, and I wonder if the rook is gonna be sacrificed for the matter of good. Probably not, but then where would it go? Well, there is still a5 square, but if only black could play b6 and bishop f7 at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why I think on this move, they are deep in thought here. I'm just, as I'm looking at the cameras, I'm trying to remember. I think Giri was just playing with the white pieces last time. So Alireza is definitely with white right now. But after f6, it looks like he needs to now decide, like, d4 can't be played because the e4 pawn. So you can't really free the rook up like that. Instead, it looks like you're right. You might even have to voluntarily play rook to a5 now, because if b6 happens, it looks trapped to me.
Yeah, well, honestly, oh, he decides to sacrifice knight h4, bishop f7. Oh no, my bad. Rook a5 now. That works. Yes, absolutely. Well,
This definitely is not
positions.
as scary of a g4 move, right? Compared to that crazy Magnus one, I think this g4, especially with the knight there, is more manageable. But absolutely doing the right thing is Giri. He's saying, look, you played g4, you're going crazy on the king side, pushing pawns there. Best reaction, every chess player knows, play in the center.
Exactly. And then the bishop is gonna take now on d5, and white has no light squared bishop to defend the fianchetto. So it almost looks like black is about to punish white for pushing that g pawn right in front of the king.
Yep. I think now that things have clarified here, and the d pawn will be taken, maybe we can head back to the bird's eye view. And obviously a tough spot for Alireza to be in, dealing with those bishops, but a lot of action in the other games here.
Yeah, and we haven't taken a look yet at Hikaru. How's that game going?
Yeah, and this is an important game because let's remember, Hikaru only needs a draw. He's the only player that can make a draw and secure the entire match victory in this first round.
Yeah, and look at his position, pretty solid with the knight on c4 and the pawn on c5. The only thing I'm worried about would be the pawn on e4, because whilst it's a central pawn, it's not necessarily a safe pawn because it doesn't have any adjacent pawns, and also it's somewhat blocking the bishop on g2. So actually, by strategy, the more I look into the position, the more I realize that black could actually be slightly better.
Mm-hmm. And the move b6 is trying to loosen up the pawn chain there on the queen side. b5 unfortunately drops the c pawn with a check as well. So I don't think that b5 can be played by white. And what I'd be thinking if I was Hikaru is maybe a move like knight h4 into f5. If we could play knight h4 into f5, that looks like a really nice reroute. But problem is, you've got to deal with this pawn on c5 first. So what do you think, Dina? Is this something that you would just take on b6 and then maybe try knight h4?
Well, it looks to me that you either have to protect or defend. There are certain ways of defending, such as Queen E3 and Queen F2. They're certainly not necessarily like as confident. Whenever you're taking, you are giving away the control of the D square.
Yeah.
But right now, the bishop cannot take back. You still have the control of the C5, so maybe it is fine. That being said, the position still remains somewhat equal, so maybe not a big deal. And then the knight on e3, potentially going to d5 or f5, your favorite square, Aman.
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite square in this position. So I would probably take, and okay, it does take with the bishop because I was starting to like that position for white. Knight e3 and knight h4, we would get into d5, get into f5. Instead, Frishuk says, I'd rather give you my bishop to get rid of that strong knight. In terms of a position that maybe all you need is a draw, this is not that bad for Hikaru, but Frishuk getting that knight into d4, you gotta be happy. At least you have an imbalance here, knights against bishops. You also have an imbalance with the pawns in terms of the different majorities.
Yeah, and it looks to me that this is a very unique example of somewhat an open position where the knights are actually dominating over the bishops. And I believe all that is coming to the fact that the e4 pawn, this kind of isolated pawn, but not really, is actually blocking its own bishops, and then the e5 restraining the other bishop. So
Yep.
that's a very unique and interesting situation to witness.
Yeah, and the knight was just not stable on the d4 square. It couldn't stay there, which meant that knight takes f3 was played. So the bishop pair is gone. Probably I prefer black's position, but just barely. As I said, in terms of just needing a draw, I feel like Hikaru's not going to be that upset.
Well, if if Magnus was playing with black pieces, I'm sure he would just win this e4 pawn by attacking the weakness and then creating a second weakness. But the question is, what would be the second weakness?
Yeah, you win that pawn, and I mean, you're kind of playing against the bishop. It would be really nice for black if you could play f6. So if you could move the knight and play pawn to f6, the bishop on b2 would really not be in a good spot there. So I think Rishuk is going to be probably looking out for his king, maybe a move like h6, try to get the rook involved, rook c8, rook c4, and just target the e4 pawn.
Yeah, well, rook f1 is almost somewhat protecting from knight d7, but not really, because the rook is protecting f7, the queen is protecting f7. So I wonder what's the explanation for this weird just putting the rook... open file. Who needs an open file?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing really happening on the d file. I was thinking maybe queen f5 was the idea, to try to hit and pressure the e-pawn, saying, look, I know my e-pawn is so weak as white, I'd rather just play queen f5, trade it, and try to make do with that. But, not too much happening here in the grand scheme of things, Dina. Not the most exciting position, but certainly one we'll keep an eye on, as Hikaru could win the entire match here. But let's go back to the bird's eye view.
Ooh, we have a lot of action going on other boards. It seems like Mr. Wei Yi is actually cooking something very tasty with the opponent of his own choice. Oh no.
Yeah, trying
My
to
queen?
keep track of the pieces there. We're in the top right of your screen, but let's enhance for everyone, because I'm looking at the board and I'm trying to count the material and make sure I have things right. We've got two connected pass pawns in the middle of the board, e5, d4. Those pawns are just going to steamroll the position. I think that's why the position is so good. But, I mean, we have a hanging knight on c3 that black's not taking on the previous turn because of rook d8 check. White has 4 minor pieces. This is a crazy, crazy position.
Yeah, and the knight is still hanging, but now also the rook is hanging. And
Wild.
counting the pieces, black has a queen and 2 pawns versus a rook and 2 pieces. So it makes it 11 versus 10.
Yeah, I guess I'm following. That was a lot to calculate. And so is this position, rook d2. So I guess if black decides to take on c3, it doesn't. He plays bishop b3. And there's so
But
many
that
ways that the
loses
queen can be
advantage.
attacked.
Whoa. That's such a complicated position. Well, I would always pick a non-queen side just because I would be afraid to blunder the queen.
Right.
There's so many attacks here in the air. But that being said, these 2 pawns in the center, they neutralize at least a whole piece. But why is bishop b3 not good?
Well, I think that bishop b3 on its own is not a bad move. I think that we're seeing that there were better options available that were not chosen. So it looks like the engine was really looking for the move e4, and you know, you're leaving your bishop hanging there, but then every other piece is also hanging. This is a totally crazy position.
And then the only move not to lose would be bishop g1, but unfortunately that wasn't played. We got bishop b3 on the board, and now white plays bishop d1, trying to trade pieces. Understandable, I guess. At this point, you're just trying to make moves, but that is leaving the knight again without protection. And if pawn takes d3, c3, then rook d8, and then bishop g8. But then you got this beautiful bishop b3 threatening the checkmate in one. That's definitely in white's favor. So now white has to. So black now has to decide what to do.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you definitely don't really want to trade those bishops. The one problem with white's position is as soon as these threats disappear, there's big issues for white, because when you finally have to move that rook, then, or that knight rather, on c3, then everything kind of changes. Even though this position is pretty crazy, Dina, I want to actually take us back to the bird's eye view and bring us straight to Fabi's game, because I don't want to miss the action here, as there's a big advantage opening up for Caruana. He is also, with a win, going to win, I believe, the entire match against Sam Sevian, because he'll move up to 2.5. So he's bottom of your screen there on the gray board. But we'll make sure to jump right into this, because I think that he's crashing through here.
Oh, no. White has no bishop and yet is completely winning because of the c6 pawn and the tremendous attack on the black king. After rook g7, where would the king go?
I mean, to me, the position after king d6 genuinely feels very safe. I'm wondering about queen d2 or queen c1. Both of those moves suddenly give a check, maybe from a different direction, and I'm wondering if the king can actually handle it.
Oh, isn't that a checkmate coming soon? Well, at the very least, we are going to win the bishop back, because after queen d5 and then queen b4, black cannot go to e6 because of the checkmate in one, so they have to go queen c5, but then that leaves us with an extra bishop. Although something tells me this is not enough, and white should be way more greedy here in this situation after queen d5.
Yeah, so this is on the board, I guess. Queen d2, and it's Sam who's thinking, how do I deal with this? Because clearly there's a big issue with this king. You have the extra piece, but you really don't feel like you can use it. And the rook on g7 is keeping the king in the center of the board.
Yeah, and look at this a5 trying to stop the tremendous check, but who cares about b4 when you can have any other square in your possession, such as a3, for instance. And then after queen d3, what are you gonna do? Oh, rook takes c7 and queen takes a5, even better.
Yeah, and you have c7 at the end, so it's actually a really simple calculation for Fabi, who, I mean, just has those outside pass pawns. The king is still in the middle. It's amazing because he's still on the attack and he's got his material back.
I was just gonna say, white is black is an extra entire rook, and white doesn't even try too hard to take that rook back because they got so many other options, such as here queen b6 that was just played.
And Fabi also in his Team Liquid jersey here, he's coming in with the queen. He can follow this up by just taking on d8 if king would go to e7. So unfortunately, the king is kind of forced into the center, but this looks completely dominant. Maybe even F3.
It's almost like a king of the hill. Rook takes c5 and then king e4, and black declares a win. just in another game.
He takes on f6 and must be a win here. Queen f3. And it looks like he's got things figured out. Rook c6.
But look at the clock, Aman. That's a very big factor here.
Yeah, I didn't even see the clock because honestly it was Sam's clock that was so low and he was losing that one anyway. But beautiful then to just be ahead on the clock and on the board. Fabiano taking care of business there. Beautiful game.
Nice, very well played by Fabiano. And I wonder where Fabi is right now because it looks like the window is dark at his end. But okay, no trying to stalk on our players. Let's take a look at the only game. Oh, our favorite endgame. Let's jump right in.
Yeah, it's the classic rook and knight, which effectively at this point I almost want to start calling a winning endgame as long as you have the time. So let's see if there's more trickery and heroics in this one.
Oh, well, 5 seconds versus 10 seconds. Move fast. Stalemate. Oh!
Yeah, I think at this point the eval bar is probably gonna jump
Stalemate.
quite a bit. This looks like a oof.
Ah.
And nobody feels good about that. I mean, obviously you'd rather be on the winning side, but that doesn't feel good to do, and it doesn't feel good to have done to you.
But what does that mean? 2 versus 1. Still one more game to go for these two players.
Yeah, this match is very much still in progress, and we can report on some matches that are no longer in progress, at least in this round 1. Taking a look at the bracket, moving on, Firouzja against Giri. Firouzja victorious, and we just saw Fabiano breaking through, moving to 2.5 and claiming the victory there. Also, Hikaru Nakamura managed to get the draw that he needed. Dina and Wei Yi also moving on against Pragg, saying, hey, I chose the right opponent.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then we have Carlsen versus Yesipenko with 2 points for Carlsen.
Yep, and obviously the losers bracket starting to populate. We can even see a confirmed matchup there between Sam Sevian and Anish Giri. There's no increment in any of these games, guys, so get used to those crazy scrambles at the very end. But we still have another game to play, potentially even Armageddons in this round 1. It is the best of 4 format. So some of these matchups, 2-1, it means that a lot of the players are in a must-win situation. A draw insufficient. They need to tie it 2-2. And I mean, as a chess fan, certainly we have to be excited about the potential of Armageddon.
Yeah, that's something I'm looking forward so much. Although I will say, Aman, the fact that there is no increment of whatsoever here makes it almost every single game like Armageddon, because in the end of the day, the Armageddon here is gonna be a bit, and then what happens if you beat just 5 seconds less than your opponent? What's the point of it? You just don't have a favor of one color.
It's true. We'll obviously go over things in more detail when we do get to Armageddon, if that happens, but all you need to know is that it is a bidding system where the players lock in how much time they'd be willing to take to get the black pieces and the draw odds. So very exciting format that we have seen before, but with only so many games remaining, Dina, the action is already underway as our bird's eye view has shrunk a little bit to just these 4 matchups.
Yeah, isn't that a little bit unusual, but yet even better for us because we can take a better grip of every single game that we are about to witness.
Yep, we have Carlsen, I believe, with the advantage in that matchup. So, Magnus with a draw will move on. So must-win game for Yesipenko, and Nepomniachtchi and Duda, we just witnessed that crazy scramble at the very end to flag in Rook and Knight against Rook.
Yeah, and I believe this Magnus versus Andrei Yesipenko game is going to be a very important one right now and a very interesting rivalry. But Aman, I let you choose the first game we're about to see.
Well, early on, it's also a choice that I'm basing off the moves that have happened. And well, some of these games are just getting underway. So let's start with Magnus himself. I'm sure we will revisit these games, but no better place to begin than this. I'm not sure if this is theory, but I recognize it as some kind of old theory where if we back up a couple moves, I imagine Magnus voluntarily played bishop takes knight, which is really unusual in this Nimzo line. So yeah, it kind of looks standard. And then once white castles, you see this move knight a4, and then a very unusual reply next, which was bishop takes f3. You almost never give up this beautiful fianchettoed bishop, but I think that this is some sort of theory, and then knight c6 after.
Yeah, very interesting choice. I would take white here, and now after e5, just conceiving the d5 square. What was the idea behind?
Yeah, I imagine there's also knight d4 to consider here. So after knight d4, maybe is it possible that black is a little bit worse, except maybe it's closer to a draw potentially?
Yeah. Well, e4 would have been an option, but then just bishop takes e4, and all that effort just to get back this light squared bishop, which we once just gave away voluntarily, doesn't seem like a logical sequence of things.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, I can count, and this does not look like a successful opening here for Magnus if he would go down this route. So the position that we actually have in the game makes a little bit more sense as Magnus actually takes the d-pawn, and Espenko says, go for it. I have the bishop pair. The double pawns are not great, but honestly, I'd be happier with this than some of the variations you were pulling up there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now black has this sort of double pawns, very again, super unusual setup, but these bishops are really no. Not this again.
That's incredible.
Please.
This is a
Why?
day of g4s.
Not a big fan. Trying to understand the idea, pushing the g5. Whoa, what an entrapping the knight.
Amazing. And I guess the other interesting thing in terms of a dynamic that we mentioned, but we got to remember, is that Espenko is playing for a win. Only a win matters here. So it makes me like the move g4 even more.
Yeah. Whoa. And then h6 is the only option. But, well, listen, Aman, is that time for us to jump to yet another game?
It certainly is. This has, set the stage. We see g4 there. We know exactly what Espenko is trying to do on the bottom left, or I should say just now on the left side of your screen. But there's 3 other games in progress, and I would like to go straight into Yu Yangyi against Wesley So, a matchup that we haven't found time to jump into just yet. And, 2 incredibly strong players that are fighting it out in this final game here.
Yeah, and that looks like a very classic, very solid position so far. Everything is closed. White has a center. Reminds me of an e4, c5, knight of 3, e6, c4. I don't know the name of that, but that kind of Sicilians.
Yeah, and it's almost like a kind of hedgehog position that Wesley has here, where all the pawns make it up to the 6th rank. Very solid position, but white gets a lot of space as a result. And wow, that move is definitely a shot I did not expect.
Ooh, b5 counterattack on the queen side, and now bishop b3 has been played. And look at the evaluation bar. It says that black is actually slightly better out of the opening, even though it looks like white has a better control of the center. But white is also the one that gave away the d4 square. As a matter of fact, I've been playing these positions for white for many years, and I was always told that white has nothing here, and that was just a sad reality for me. But I'm super excited to see how this game is gonna go.
Yeah, and if we want to even take one move back here to the move b5, because at the end of the day, b5 looked like an insane move. Like that's a hanging pawn as far as I'm concerned. But I think c takes b5. The pawn on c5 would take the pawn on b4, I was thinking.
Knight f3, queen f3 now take back. And if you do, like, let's say bishop takes, then you're gonna face c takes b4, indeed attacking the knight and capturing the pawn.
Yeah, I was thinking that c takes b4 could even be played at any point just to hit the knight right away. But it's such a weird move. It just hangs a pawn outright. So as black, I was thinking the idea was, b5 and then take on b4. But nevertheless, Wesley's finding a way to make it work here and really like the position.
Yeah, and after bishop b3, perhaps rightfully so, white did not take on b5 because of a lot of tricks in the air. And now knight f to d7. Black is just improving their position, rook to c1, and that's gonna be a very smooth situation over here. Nothing exciting, I guess. Wait until white plays g4.
Yeah, well, based on the day that we've seen so far, you're definitely right to expect the move g4. While it looks like it's close to even here, based on what I'm seeing from this game, I personally think that Wesley has a great start here. But you have to remember, Wesley needs to win this game. That is a big ask from this spot, and maybe it explains why Yu Yangyi is not really playing his usual game with the white pieces. He knows that he doesn't need a big result here. He just needs something solid.
Yeah, and rook f to c8 has been played. It looks like it's time for us to leave these two players alone and take a look at some other games that we haven't covered yet.
Yeah, we sort of making our rounds here as we've looked at the two games on the left side of your screen. And how about jumping all the way over Duda and Nepomniachtchi, because hey, it features the move of the day, pawn to g4.
Duda versus Nepomniachtchi, I'm right there with you. Oh no.
Yeah, g4 just can't help but make an appearance in every game. I know it looks like g4 hasn't been played here, but I promise you, there was a second g-pawn.
Oh, you're so right. And then the g3 went to g4. Very interesting. Well, yeah, the big difference is that white king is still very safe, and we see a pretty simple kind of solid structure with two bishops for black, but the position is not as open yet. And then the beautiful knight having this many options on going to d4, going to g5, and then the dark squares are pretty weak, even though black still has a dark squared bishop on the board, but not so easy for the bishop to get transferred back to the safety mode.
Yeah, if the bishop on a5 were to appear on the king side, maybe where the king is right now, back to a normal fianchetto, that would be pretty good defense. But the position that I'm looking at here, I'm thinking sacrifices on g6. I'm thinking about the rook on e2 going up one square, and then maybe swinging over to f3, g3, h3. This looks tough. I don't know that I want to be playing Nepo's position, but looking at the engine, suddenly it's like, hey, don't worry about it. This is a very easy defense. Nothing to see here. And rook h8, as you highlighted, played with confidence.
Right, and then apparently black king is not as weak here. Oh no, the moment we were just about to leave this game, something very exciting happened as wow.
Oh, we'll leave it anyway. I think in that game, it's the move by Nepo, queen g7, that on the right of your screen there, on the green board, queen g7 allows the king to go back to g8. And so now, I mean, Nepo has been up a piece against Duda in so many of their games. This is yet another example, but he's going for it because he needs to win. Looking at Esipenko against Carlsen, I think that's the place that we need to be right now, Dina.
What is going on over here? The g-pawn went all the way to g5 and the white is just winning all of a sudden. What an amazing comeback would that be for Yesipenko, who needs to fight back against Magnus. He's 1 point behind, and this is the last game. And now Bishop f7 is in the air. That's probably why Yesipenko is so locked in. He's calculating what is going to happen after that.
Yeah, it looks like Bishop d6, Knight f5. Maybe is there still Rook e7? There's also Queen d5. So everything kind of looks good here. And yeah, Queen takes the Rook on e7, and you would just make sure in that position to play Queen takes f5 and not just take back on e7.
Yeah, but Yesipenko doesn't find it. He makes Bishop to b3 a little bit more solid, but luckily for him, the advantage is still there for White, although the final blow was not found.
That is, I mean, that is very, very surprising considering the presence of Bishop f7 in the position. I wonder, do both players not really appreciate the damage that Bishop f7 can cause?
And the crazy thing is Bishop f7 was working just fine right away, even after Rook takes c5 with the same idea.
I wonder, like, if they're just not noticing this idea at all. So weird, because Magnus playing Rook takes c5 almost indicates that either he hasn't seen it either, or he noticed it, but he realized, I can't do anything about it, and if my opponent's missing it, I just have to hope that he keeps missing it.
Yeah, and now it looks like Andre is about to lose his advantage, because the only move that's still kind of forcing the fight, for putting the pressure. Oh no, certainly not this one. Queen takes h6, but this is not time to be greedy, because now there is knight g6, and that has been played, stopping the queen h8. And what are you gonna do? Sweetheart, you got your pawn on g5 and your king is open.
Yeah, it's a little unusual, because queen takes h7 for me feels like a fantastic move. It's really black playing king f8 that's abnormal. White taking the h7 pawn, threatening checkmate in one. How can that possibly be bad? But now, after knight g6, it's not that the bishop is hanging on g4, because remember, it's not. Queen h8 would be mate. It's queen to g4 that's the real problem here. And at this point, White's kind of running out of threats, as the queen on h7 is not doing anything.
Out of threats, but also out of ideas. h3 was played, stopping the queen g4. But now, once again, there is no advantage anymore. It looks like black can just push the pass pawn. You know, when you don't know what to do, just push your extra pawn to the queen.
Yep. One thing that does come to mind is if the black queen moves, there might be an idea of rook takes the knight on e8. So maybe Magnus needs to keep that queen nearby.
And there's a beautiful idea spotted by the engine right now, that the rook c3 might have been asleep after this fancy little bishop e6 that needs to be found. And after pawn takes, the queen takes g6, white would be back to the game. The question is if Andre is gonna find it. And he does! Bishop e6 on the board.
And it's really interesting, because a couple of moves ago, we were talking about how Esipenko did not find bishop takes f7. And the reason he didn't find it is because he didn't have to find it. His position was good anyway, and he made another good move. But when his back was against the wall after rook c3, he was about to lose after rook takes h3. And in that position, because he had to find a move, of course, he's able to spot one of the toughest moves to play, bishop e6.
Yeah, and right now the queen is attacked, and unfortunately the best thing to do for black is going to be to move this queen away. There are a few choices here, such as queen e7, queen c6, queen b5, so Magnus perhaps is just choosing what's the best way to place the queen, and then white needs to find a way how to consolidate their pieces, because while you might think the queen on h7 is looking strong and powerful, it's also out of the game.
That's right. Also, a result to report is Nepomniachtchi winning against Duda. That was the sacrifice from Duda. You know, it just kind of seemed a little bit crazy. We left that game to come here. So Nepo did win that game, honestly, pretty effortlessly. He converted up a piece, no problem.
I wish I would show you, Aman, but it looks like the game between Magnus and Andre is actually about to get spicing up, as Magnus eventually took on e6, and it makes us being locked in right on this game.
Yeah, I am always, especially as a fan, you always got to stick with the action. So just want to let people know about that Nepo result, but Esipenko, with a win, can tie up this match and force Armageddon. So this is definitely the place to be right now.
Although the moment I say that, the things are actually getting boring back again, if I may, with all due respect. Now the queen is going to take on g5, and it looks like Esipenko just doesn't have enough leverage to win this game.
Well, definitely that's true. But I do like the bishop on g3, and I also like being up 15 seconds. Considering that everything is on the line in this game, you know for a fact that Esipenko is going to play on and on and on, and definitely use time to his advantage as well.
Do you also like being down a pawn?
In this position, I don't mind it. Yeah, a7 is hanging, so I can win the pawn back right away. And I'll also play king g2, hitting the rook on h3, and maybe protecting against this sacrifice, rook takes g3, which might make a draw that Magnus wants. So yeah, maybe I don't mind that.
All right, well, that's very fair. Yeah, in the meantime, other games are still going. Oh, we have another result just to make you know that Wesley So and Yu Yang-gi have finished their game in a draw. And Vladislav Vartanian versus Arjun Regaisi, another draw. Oh no, what is happening here? The moment I glanced away, oh my god, it's a blunder!
Yeah, queen h3 is in the position, and Esipenko can do nothing but hang his head in disbelief as rook takes g3. He obviously saw, but he didn't see the follow-up move, queen h3, winning the rook, and therefore Magnus Carlsen will win this round 1 matchup.
So we have to show everybody that after pawn takes, queen takes, king h1 or king h1, you're gonna face queen h3, and that is a lost game. With a minute on the clock would be more than enough for Magnus to convert, and poor Andre, we see his grief as he switched off his camera and said goodbye to the Chessable Masters. Actually, what am I saying? He's going to the loser bracket.
He's saying goodbye to the winners bracket is what he's doing.
Yeah.
This is your updated bracket right here. So let's take a look at what we just saw. The matchups are now starting to form. So up in the winners bracket, of course, we have Carlsen against Yu Yang-gi as the next matchup. Yu Yang-gi with that draw did beat Wesley So, and remarkably, none of the matchups, I'm just making sure I'm saying that right, none of the matchups ended up 2-2 tied. I actually can't believe that we don't get an Armageddon, but look at the winners quarterfinal matchups. Dina, do any of these stand out to you? Carlsen, Yu Yang-gi, Arjun, and Wei Yi, all the way down to the bottom there.
I'm super excited for Nakamura versus Nepomniachtchi. That's gonna be very spiced up. We all know that there is a certain rivalry right there, as Jan Nepomniachtchi is also a famous streamer, so that's gonna be exciting. And of course, Caruana versus Firouzja is a very, very big matchup. I believe many people predicted that Caruana is like the best player in the world these days, but Firouzja is like the youngest rising star. But then the losers bracket is also very exciting because we're gonna see Anish Giri fighting for survival, because he is definitely a big dog in the field.
Yeah, these matchups here are super important, because obviously now we will actually lose some players from the event, right? Esipenko and Wesley So, only one of them is going to move on, because once you're in the losers bracket, one more loss and you are definitely out of the competition.
Yeah, and their team versus Pragg. Well, I do have to remind everybody that Wei Yi actually did the right call when choosing Pragg, because Wei Yi is now in the winners bracket while Pragg is in the losing one.
Exactly right. And remarkably, yeah, we didn't need to see any Armageddon in any of these matchups. I'm shocked still. Armageddon is such a amazing format, so I'm just excited to see it at least once. But obviously, we have much more of the day still to come, Dina. But before we get into the rest of the day, wanted to remind the people with us watching about AnyChess. The AnyChess Pre-Season Cup, in collaboration with chess.com, is happening now. You can rise through the ranks with spells and win a piece of the $10,000 prize fund and other prizes. You don't have to be a GM to have a shot at the crown. In AnyChess, casting spells levels the playing field, master strategy, timing, and magic, and you could dethrone the best. To enter, you can just play casually on AnyChess from now until the 27th of February. Climb the ELO leaderboard. If you make it to the top 64, then the real battle begins. AnyChess is free to play. You guys can head on over to go.chess.com/AnyChess, or even easier, !AnyChess in chat to play now. And of course, we are going to return with more from the 2025 Chessable Masters. We will be into the quarterfinals and the losers round 1 right after this short break.
My name is Wesley So, and I play chess.
Wesley So strikes first.
The game is Wesley's. It's all over.
Lights out.
The magic continues.
Wow. Oh my God. What a finale. And that's it.
I was born originally in the Philippines in a small fishing village in Bacoor, Cavite. We were relatively poor, but I was always a very happy child, I would say we were really living paycheck to paycheck when I was young. It was a struggle, but I didn't understand it back then. It just showed me the importance of working hard and saving for the future. My biological father, he bought a chessboard when I was young. It was just a really small chess set. He just bought it randomly, and then he taught me and my sister the moves. I was pretty much hooked right away. I think I was like 6 or 7 years old when he first taught me the game. My father was a pretty decent chess player, so it took me a while to beat him. After I beat him, I started looking around for stronger people, and that's basically how it started. So I played in 2001, the Philippine age group under 10, but I remember I suffered a terrible loss, a terrible game. And after that, I was so disheartened that I stopped chess for maybe 6 months. And I thought I was going to quit chess forever. But one day when I was walking in our neighborhood, I saw some of my neighbors playing chess. And that sparked that interest again that drove me towards the game. 2003 was a big year for me because I won the under 10 Philippine age group. So I became basically the best 9-year-old in the country. And then I also won the Shell Championship for under 14. And that was a big inspiration for me because coming from a relatively poor family, it shows that now I can win some money playing chess. And also I can travel abroad, like to Europe. Like this was unimaginable at the time for a small, young, poor kid to go to Greece. I've always been interested in geography and maps. I think this is one of my birthday presents from a few years ago. And the pins show the places I've been to. I think I've been in 90 countries or something. But really most of the tournaments are here in the US or in Europe. Our favorite country is Norway. Also my sister's favorite country. We usually go there every year. I got my GM title in December of 2007 at 14. Which was good enough back then to be 7th youngest ever. I think I could have gotten it earlier, but then I made some big blunder in the last round of a tournament in 2006. So then I didn't get it, and I couldn't sleep for 2 weeks. But it was definitely a big deal and gave me some small ideas to become a chess professional. As they always say, it's chess that chooses you. It's not the person that chooses chess. Like, I don't know anyone in their right mind who would want to become a professional chess player. But all the top players start young. They just enjoy the game and then they keep improving and suddenly becomes a career.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Chessable Masters. Grandmaster Mona Hamilton, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belankaya, bringing you all the action today. And Dina, obviously no Armageddon, which means we had some kind of one-sided matchups. Some games were decided in the final moments, but it means that we have all the matchups for the new round, the quarterfinals in the winners bracket and the losers round 1. We have them all set and ready to go.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of things have been decided right on the spot there out of this 4 games. And some of the players didn't even need 4 games because they just figured it in 3. So what do we have on the menu for us of right now?
Well, taking a look at the bracket here, as always, we'll start in the winners bracket up at the top. These are the players who won their first round matchup. Magnus Carlsen takes on Yu Yang-yi. Arjun Erigaisi takes on Wei Yi. And of course, we're most excited about this one, Dina. Hikaru Nakamura against Yan Nepomniachtchi is going to be a heavyweight matchup. Remember that Hikaru is on Team Falcons, but also I know that Yan signed to Aurora Gaming, so an all esports matchup there. And finally, Caruana Firouzja. I mean, so many to pick from, and that's just in the winners bracket.
Yeah, that is very interesting to see. And then losers bracket is gonna be Andrei Yesipenko versus Wesley So, Vladislav Artemiev versus Pragg, and then Alexander Grishuk versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, Samuel Savian versus Anish Giri.
And important to remember that your favorite might be going home right now. The losers bracket means you must win to stay on. You have to win every single match in the losers bracket, Dina, just to make it back up to the winners bracket to challenge again. And most importantly, I want to point out that the difference between the 2 brackets is the amount of games they play. We're still going to be doing that best of 4 format with, of course, no increment chess, 10 minutes as usual. But in the losers bracket, Dina, it's a little bit different now. It's much quicker. The guys only play 2 games against one another. So, I mean, what do you make of that? Does that kind of change your momentum going in? Because I feel like in a 2-game match, you cannot have a bad start.
Well, absolutely. But also you don't really know if you should take the risk because you and your opponent are in the same spot. So sometimes it comes down to a game of poker, a little bit of bluff here and there. Aman, you are a very good poker player, so you know better than anyone what it's about, taking the risk and just letting your opponent drive straight into the wall.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it. And we're going to see a lot of those. We already saw a few bluffs, I feel like, in some of our games. Obviously, Magnus had to keep a pretty good poker face when Bishop takes f7 was available for Esipenko and not played. Things could have been so different. But the games are going to start in a few minutes here, Dina. And if I'm looking at thinking back to those winners bracket matchups, the players, they're also strong, but don't discount anyone in the losers bracket just winning out their games and making it back up to challenge. That's why I absolutely love this double elimination format.
Yeah, I'm very interested. Actually, as a matter of fact, I might be more interested to see who is going to make it out of the losers because that requires a lot of character.
Yep. And I have seen that, in other sports, sometimes what happens is the people who are in the winners bracket, they don't play as many games. And so they kind of feel like they're not ready. And the people in the losers bracket, they're playing all the time nonstop. So you could think that they might be overworked and super exhausted, but they might also be more ready and use that momentum to their advantage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the players are about to get ready. We still have games starting in a few moments from now on. So we got to be a little bit more patient. How are you enjoying the show so far, Aman?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little upset that we haven't gotten Armageddon as an Armageddon fan, but you've been pointing out that this no increment format pretty much makes every game feel that way. So I'm curious what the chat thinks, honestly, whether they like seeing, the best players in the world look like children, fighting over a toy at the end when they each have a couple seconds. Like, is this the chess that you want to see? Because personally, even as a grandmaster, I don't mind it. I like seeing it push more in that esports direction. Yes, it's a little more, I don't know, crazy, and the best players are blundering like madness. There's rook end games being flagged, but you know what, Dina? I'm here for it.
I was actually curious, are we about to see a new era of 2020 being back? The new rise of the chess that we all been waiting for since the last few years?
It's true. Yeah, the Esports World Cup is certainly changing the game, right? So many signings. Speaking about some of the players that are in the tournament right now, obviously Magnus and Fabi both signed to Team Liquid. We talked about Hikaru on Team Falcons, but even Wei Yi is actually on a team as well. Weibo Gaming, Arjun is on Gen G, and I don't know if you're much into video games yourself, Dina, but these are all organizations that are very familiar to me from some of the video games that I like to play and watch.
Yeah, I am just as much into video games as you are into figure skating, but I'm here for it. I really wanna get more of a grip of it. And indeed, many players, like even Chinese, former world champion Ding Liren, as well as Wei Yi, have been signed up to their teams. So yeah, well, exciting show so far, and it looks like we are ready for the games, Aman.
Perfect timing. Can't wait to get into things. And a reminder to everyone of those different formats: 4 games in the winners, 2 games in the losers bracket. Armageddon still in play for both of them. And remember, all games will be happening at the same time. So once again, Dina, we have a very busy, bird's eye view that we have for us.
All right, let's take a look at the bird's eye view.
And I also think that with all the esports signings, I'm particularly excited to just see those matchups a little bit more. You know, when you have like 2 teams going up against each other, suddenly it's bigger than just the individuals. It's not just, Magnus against Hikaru. All of a sudden, there's 2 massive communities that have been brought into this one game that could really matter. So I particularly enjoy that. It feels like the individual game means so much more now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And um I'm actually curious, Aman, when you were at the rise of the chess bra, have you guys been part of the esports team, or maybe you are?
Actually, this is not that chess related, but we actually had a real esports team that we owned. They played an actual video game, and so we had a team compete in one of these, and of course it's up against Team Liquid and these guys, and this was in PUBG. So this was something the Chess Bros did quite some years ago. But if you're wondering if Eric or myself have been on teams, signed competing, not so much. Haven't seen that. This is a new wave of chess players being part of esports orgs and competing in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I recall Hikaru was in the team TSM, but then logically you'd say this is still not the same experience.
That's right. I mean, TSM, first of all, is a massive organization, especially in the esports realm, but there just wasn't that competition between players. So while Hikaru was on TSM, it didn't feel like there were, real events where it was org versus org, and they had all the best players there. So Hikaru was a little bit of a pioneer in that sense, being on an esports org. But now I'm sure this feels a lot different.
And of course, the Bodas sisters being a part of Envy. I recall those moments, very exciting ones. But yeah, wow, this is different. This is interesting. I'm so looking forward to see how that's gonna take chess into a new direction. And speaking of directions, we got here a very interesting game already started between Wesley So and Andrei Yesipenko in the losers bracket. And I have to tell you that Andrei is definitely my peak when it comes to winning 5 games on demand in the loser bracket.
Yeah, you have to win so many games to make it out of there, but just take it one match at a time. He's up against Wesley So, and it felt like Wesley in his match against Yu Yangyi, we didn't see all the games, but once he was behind, it felt like he didn't have that style to create winning chances. At the very least, when Esipenko was behind against Magnus, he was able to generate a position, even against Magnus, with tons of chances. And we all remember that bishop takes f7 missed opportunity. So it just feels like he's a player that can maybe get after the result that he needs a little bit better. So if he gets ahead, this could work out well for him.
Yeah, let me take a look through the first moves of this game. It looks like a Ragozin defense in the Queen's Gambit, and then these were the follow-ups until all the way to queen c2 here, c5, a3, bishop takes, c takes d4, bishop takes d4, knight c6, bishop c3, knight e4, and rook d1. So far, a very classic, very solid opening, very familiar choices. Any preference of the color here, Aman?
Well, obviously, because black is about to get an isolated pawn, I hate black's position. Of course, just kidding. But isolated pawns are never ones that I like to have. So I'm looking at the fact that c takes d5 can be played. And yeah, just nice, easy development from here. I can play bishop e2, castle, and my knight will most certainly make it to d4. So I like Wesley's position. It might feel like a small advantage, but personally, I think that this is something he can turn into something more, and very much a position I think Wesley excels at, just taking that small advantage and improving.
Yeah, and interestingly, Wesley is not even in a rush to take that d5 pawn. Oh, never mind, he just took it. And that's the position that we all dislike here, because the isolated pawn on the d5 is not looking like the strongest version of its kind, because, as you might know, ladies and gentlemen, in order to make it up for the isolated pawn as a weakness, you gotta have all the minor pieces on the board, meaning both knights and both bishops, because you actually want to checkmate them on g2 or on h2 and put your knight on e4 and put your knight on e5 and everything coming to the active live. But here is just like not enough minor pieces. And then with the major pieces such as rooks and queens, for those who don't know, just a basic roundabout of the isolated pawn, you just attack the pawn with your major pieces, and then you attack it, and then you win it. That's just like that.
That's how it works. I think the isolated pawn is also something where if you're playing against it, you want to trade. That's just the truth. So we saw a moment there where Wesley played knight d4 into the middle of the board, and Esipenko had the option to trade it, and instead he swung his knight into the middle of the board as well, but on e5. So we see, even though there's been some trades, and I do think Wesley is very happy here, still Esipenko is staying true to that isolated pawn idea, which would mean no knight trades, no queen trades. Obviously, it'll happen at some point, but for the most part, you can see him avoiding it to his credit. And Dina, I think, might be time to check out the many games that we have with our bird's eye view. So let's take a look.
Wow, and we're back again to the 8 games at a time. A lot of things to cover at the same time. Just go with the color you like.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The nice color-coded boards here mean you can really get a feel for the different positions we have. Bottom left, we just took a look at Wesley So against Andrei Esipenko. Having a look at all the games here, certainly some of the positions that look a bit more unorthodox. I'm looking at Magnus against Yu Yangyi, and there's like a pawn all the way up on g6. There's double pawns in the center. I'm wondering if this is something where they've just ended up here, or if Magnus kind of planned for this to happen, because bishop takes f4 has just been played top left of your screen in the blue.
All right, so Carlsen versus Yu Yangyi is the game that we are heading to.
And it's nice to know that on this bird's eye view, the top games will be your winner's bracket and the loser's bracket on the bottom. And you know what? That just makes sense.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier for us commentators.
Let's see here. Advantage, Magnus says the engine. And looking at this, you can definitely appreciate why. I'm just counting up the pawns here. I want to make sure I have the count right, because it does look like white is up a pawn somehow.
Ooh, and this central control with the d4 and e4 and e3. I absolutely love those double pawns, because they're not a weakness here. They are a strength, as they are all together aiming to take over the center. And then the rook is going to attack the c4 pawn, which is slightly further away from its group. If you look at the b6 and b7, you can easily understand that those double pawns have nothing in comparison in common with the pawns on e4 and e3 because of the d4 pawn. But then the g6, you might think, oh, but that is gonna fall. Well, no, because the rook to g1 is gonna protect it. And it looks like white is just having a strategical win here. That's probably not the way they say it. Aman, please correct me.
No, completely right. It made sense to me, Dina. The other thing is the king can kind of slide to the f2 square after the rook takes on g6. And from there, I was thinking that the king on f2 would kind of guard the e1 square. And then the bishop on a5 wouldn't be able to use it. And then really all that's left for Magnus to do is like take on c4 and try to play pawn to b4 to trap the bishop on a5. And I don't even know how to handle that.
It looks like Magnus is just playing like a cat with a mouse here, just kind of trying to. He knows he's gonna win, and he's just like, having fun.
Yep. This pawn on c4 is going to fall, and this is the pawn advantage that just seems impossible to do anything about. This has been like a pawn that Magnus has been waiting to take for a long time, I think.
Yeah, and I love how it's another domination in purely in Magnus's style, very positional, very classic, and you don't even need to calculate anything here. It looks like we should just leave them alone and see what else is there for us today.
Yeah, just having a look at that move right there, pawn to c3. Just a nice final tactic in the top left of your screen is pawn to b4. Just wins the game immediately. So I wonder if Magnus will see it because of knight takes b6 afterwards. But so many other games to take a look at. Hikaru Nakamura's game is definitely the one that I think we should go to, as I just saw that eval bar skyrocket.
Ooh, and Hikaru is playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So then Hikaru has a rook and a knight versus a rook and a bishop, but Hikaru's got an extra pawn as long as I am able to calculate till 5. And looks like the position is completely winning because the knight in the center is dominating the bishop. Remember, we had those discussions on how the bishop and the knight are different in various positions, but here the knight is just perfectly placed in the center, just controlling the entire board, and the bishop cannot do anything. Yeah, it looks like an easy thing to handle.
Yeah, knight on d4 is pretty much unassailable. It's defended by a pawn. It can't be attacked by a pawn. The pawn on b4 also is about to be firmly blockaded with king b3. And at that point, there's not really any moves that I can even see for Jan. So I'll be impressed if he even lasts a couple more moves here, because while it's only one pawn right now, the pawn on b4 does not look like it's going to last very long. So this position looks really, really tough to play.
Yeah, and speaking of trapped pieces, it occurred to me that Fabiano Caruana was actually almost trapping the Firouzja's Alireza's bishop on c5, but now I see from the bird's eye view that the bishop has escaped. Yet Fabiano is having an edge, and I believe as Hikaru's here are gonna most likely win, we shall move further to that game.
Yep, but we, of course, have to get our updates from all these games. It looks like big advantages for the white pieces on the top of your screen. On the bird's eye view here, all those games are in the winner's bracket. So Hikaru poised to win, Arjun Erigaisi poised to win, and Magnus Carlsen as well. So huge results for some of the top players here.
Yeah, and the only game from the winner's bracket that is still unclear is that very concrete Fabiano versus Alireza. I see this beautiful queen on d5. My first reaction is that the knight should be on d5 and not a queen, but I guess queen is perfectly fine here in the middle of the board, controlling everything, and you got c5 in the air. And remember, Aman, I already told you, the c5 bishop have been a problem in this game, and we saw pieces getting trapped in the middle of the boards just before,
right.
And this just looks like another scenario of the same thing.
It does. The bishop on b6 doesn't really have anywhere to go except a7, but it's barely holding together. The rook on a1's hitting the bishop on a7, the knight's defending it, which means black is all tied down in this position. And I feel like those e4, e5 positions of any kind, Fabiano is simply one of the top experts in the entire world.
Ooh, rightfully so. Yeah, I just don't see how to defend the bishop. All right, we go with the engine. D takes c5. D takes c5. That just happened on the board now. Bishop a7. The bishop is protected by the knight. But how about we eliminate the defender? A very classic tactical pattern. No, tactical how's
Yeah,
it called?
motif.
Motif, exactly. And then what's the knight gonna do? And once the knight is moving away, then oh my goodness, this is not something I've expected.
Knight takes on e6 is quite the move there. Knight takes on d5, and I'm a little bit shocked at just taking here with the pawn and taking on a7. Wow. I mean, if we see something like that happening, someone check Fabiano, put an X for Proctor on him. It's too much.
It did not happen. No need to check the prompter. Queen to wait. What? It actually did happen. Oh my god. Knight d4 did happen, and after knight no, it did not. It did not. My bad.
Okay, I was gonna say you really took me on a roller coaster of emotions there.
Yeah. Queen b3. Fabi is not an engine yet. Bishop takes c5, and after knight takes e6, knight takes e6. It looks like white is a little bit losing their advantage. But no, here comes the bishop to f6, and after knight g8.
Yeah, it's a weird position where even though the advantage might be a little bit less than what it was previously, the material, it feels like, has gone up. So as Fabi, you must be feeling good about the last couple moves, but I guess from Alireza's perspective, it could have been worse.
Yeah, and then now the easy plan for white is going to be just remove the bishop, and then maybe queen c3 and queen h8 checkmate. Wouldn't that be a dream come true?
I like that a lot. Queen c3, queen to h8, easy threat to make. Also now, rook to a6 is a move I certainly would like to consider. Surprisingly, knight e2, not at all a move I was looking at, but if you think about the knight on that square, g3, it really wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes when you don't know what to do, or even when you do, there is this very simple advice that you can be referring to, which is, what is your worst piece? Just ask yourself, oh my god, the queen h8 checkmate happened.
What? He saw that the knight was covering g7 and just didn't consider that h8 was a possibility. What a miss, as queen c6 just ends the game.
And that's yet another checkmate in one that has been a decider for today's matchups. That is crazy. These people are like top best players in the world, and yet they are blundering like 1100s.
It's true. That's just such a rare thing that you see two of those misses in the exact same event, let alone pretty much the same day today of gameplay. And wow, 1-0. The white pieces won every single game in the winner's bracket. They are holding nothing back. I thought we might see some more timid games there, especially the first one, but no, the results are all in. It's time to focus on the lower half of this bird's eye view, the loser's bracket. There's only 2 games to be played. I mean, advantages all over the place here, but looking at Duda Grishuk, it looks like Grishuk is ready to convert in that one.
Yeah, what an interesting game. Let me jump right into that game. And, well, who would have guessed? The winners are actually done very fast while the losers are fighting, and rightfully so, because they're fighting for the elimination.
Yep. Yeah, bottom of our screen here on the sort of metallic gray board, Grishuk and Duda, we see a knight endgame there, but the extra material for Grishuk definitely means that he's the one pressing for a victory. And despite Pragnananda and Artemiev, the eval bar is kind of jumping up and down. Guys, that's an opposite bishop endgame and certainly will be a draw.
Yeah, and once again, young Krzysztof Duda had such a phenomenal Swiss portion yesterday all the way until the last round. So he's definitely kind of in a good shape of his chess mind, but at the same time slightly tilted because he's been having rough games ever since.
Yep. And I wonder after pawn to f4 is he doing enough here? Because obviously the king is trying to make it over to this pawn, but is the move f3 a problem? Yeah, I was thinking maybe he could have played pawn to f3 himself there, and maybe an opportunity missed because pawn f3 from Grishuk, the knight has to move, and the black pawn could keep moving.
Yeah, and if there is anything I could tell you, oh, f3 wasn't played, and then did you see the evil bar jumping like that?
Yeah, there must have been a much bigger move missed. I think at that point, you probably could have just played king c2. Nevertheless, though, Duda has done the right thing, and the players are not just looking at the board, they're also looking at rook f2. Rook f2
Rook
was
f2,
missed.
king c4, but there must have been something. Maybe rook e2 and then rook e3. Never mind. Now we are moving forward.
It's all about the time. I was just trying to finish saying that the players are not worried about the position. White could even win this game. Let's not forget that.
Oh my god, who is gonna be faster? Usually when it comes to mouse technique, age is a factor, but of course it's about experience.
Not interested in trading the rooks. That's 100% certain. Grishuk is, he's also low on time quite often. So while he might be used to things here, indeed, we may see a draw.
Come on, it's all about pre-moves. We want to see some fire. And the checks are actually way more annoying because you can pre-move right away. Oh, this is going to be a draw. Fair.
Yeah. It's an interesting draw because, it shows the respect between the two players as well. I'm just saying, different players in that exact same position, Dina, you have to admit, even as white, you start to get ambitious for a win up 3-4 seconds at the end.
Yeah. Totally. But these players are from different generations as well.
That's right.
So they are not under 20, if that makes any sense to you. So
I don't remember those days. So, long gone for me as well. As we look at the bracket here, after those results up in the winners bracket, it's wins all around. 1-0 for all players with the white pieces in that first game. Magnus, Arjun, Hikaru, and Fabiano all with a win and an early lead to start things off. Nobody was holding back. As we take a look at the losers bracket, quite the opposite. We had all wins and then we had all draws. What the heck is going on with this winners and losers bracket?
Yeah, I was just wondering. Wow. Well, the thing about losers bracket is that you gotta be careful, because you don't have a chance to make mistake. You won't have a second chance because this is already your third chance so far, or fourth. But yeah, so that's interesting to see how players are trying to be solid. And yes, you just said it yourself. That draw, the last draw we were witnessing, it could have been the last game, but they both decided not to gamble. I do believe it comes from the experience of playing online. And those two players, Alexander Grishuk and Jan Krzysztof Duda, are somewhat fully focused on the classical over-the-board chess, right? Whereas if you would take some of the onliners, they would definitely be tempted to make the decision made in the portion of the mouse.
I think so. And looking at the bird's eye view here, the bottom half of your screen, the games haven't started yet, but just want to reinforce that whoever wins any of those matchups moves on, and any of the players that lose this game are immediately knocked out of the entire event. So a lot to play for in the losers bracket, but obviously focusing on the games that have got underway. Top of your screen there, any of those games catch your eye, Dina, as they're all in progress after a crazy bloodbath of a round one there.
Yeah, I definitely think we should start with Hikaru Nakamura, because he's been the one who completely dominated his opponent in the previous game, and now Jan needs to fight back, and we see a very interesting form of pawn foundation here. What is this beautiful pawn chain on a5, b4, and c4? Almost like kind of, can I dare say, mocking at Hikaru because it's such a classic, such a typical way of grabbing space.
Yeah, I've never heard of a pawn structure maybe getting under someone's skin that way, but yeah, it is kind of looking at him a little bit funny now that you mention it. Pawn to h3 as well. So a lot of pawn moves from Nepo. I mean, I feel like we're back to that thing we were saying, that these players are all so strong. They're back to, breaking the rules of basic chess, which is, hey, don't forget about developing your pieces. But instead, he's focused on that pawn chain.
Yeah, don't worry, buddy. I got all the time because I'm taking space first, and then I'll put my pieces whenever I want, while you are gonna be stuck behind on the 7th and the 6th ranks.
Yep. I like the placement of White's queen as well, but it should be said that Hikaru absolutely can't complain about this. What I love about this matchup, not only are these players both signed on esports teams, but they're also so animated. When you watch the cams of these two players, you know immediately, honestly, you could block the board. I don't need to see the chessboard. I could watch the cameras and I'll tell you the result of the game.
Yeah, as Take is trying to reinvent the chess commentary by eliminating the notation on the board, we could eliminate the chessboard itself and just go with the full camera mode.
Yep, I think that's the new wave of chess. You heard it here first. Cameras, well, wow, this definitely looks like must be 0.2, I would say, based on the cameras.
Oh, Hikaru's little board, definitely he's having an easy ride right now. He's not happy with the move that Jan just made. What a bullshit is that?
He's also watching himself, right? He's got a picture of himself in the background watching himself play against Jan. So that must be a lot of pressure when, you're watching over yourself like that.
Yeah, and Jan has all his swords that he's been winning in the battlefields against Magnus Carlsen and the World Chess Championship dreams.
That's right. That's right. Love the addition of cameras, of course, if you can't tell, guys, but also the fact that Hikaru could, play himself on cam, but also, as we're seeing, shout out to the quick editors. Wow, look at that. Hikaru, he looks just as focused in that picture.
Yeah, he's definitely very dubious of the bishop d6. That's looking like a mistake, but why so?
Yeah, bishop d6, I mean, it's kind of a miss, which it's not quite a mistake, but just a miss. It's half of one. Probably just means there was a much more desirable move out there, but absolutely nothing wrong with the move bishop d6 from what I can see. So probably a good thing, Dina, that these players don't know that maybe there's another move available, because then they might feel worse about their moves. But instead, he's just like, okay, played a good move. I see nothing wrong with it. And I would agree with that.
Yeah. So A takes b6 happened, and now that Hikaru is thinking, I guess it's time for us to see what else are we missing out there. Oh boy, look at that Firouzja Caruana game. The king is stuck in the center, and what is the bishop doing in d6? I absolutely love that.
Yeah, we got to take a look at this one. It's so interesting to me that the top right of your screen, that green board there, we're looking at Firouzja against Caruana. I would look at this and assume that Firouzja is doing amazingly, but if you're paying attention to the moves there, you will notice that it's a little bit artificial, right? It feels like Fabi's in big trouble, but he's getting rid of that dark square bishop, which honestly was the source of all his trouble.
Yeah, and now the bishop f8 is gonna kick the queen, and then potentially the queen cannot go to f6, the queen cannot go to e5, and then the bishop is gonna get out of the king's way, and hopefully the king is gonna castle, and then black will have no problem. And we do need to point out that the white's knight is still not developed, and this kind of reminds me of the games of my students, where I'm watching them and criticizing them, saying you cannot just start the opening and play with your queen only, and your queen cannot be in front of everybody else.
Right. Yep, and these are good pieces of advice, but as I said, this is the era of chess and the level of chess where they're so good they can break all those rules once again.
Yeah, I usually go with a way you should watch these players play, you should enjoy them play, but never repeat what they do at home.
That's right. Do as I say, not as I do.
Correct. So knight d2 happened, which is a good thing, and yeah, looks like the excitement over the d6 was a little bit exaggerated. I guess it's time for us to see what else is going on. Oh, what an interesting choice of a poster on Alireza's wall.
Yeah, I mean, both look very intimidating as we can sort of make some conclusions about the players based on what they've got in the background here. Shout out to everyone and their great back. I mean, hang on a second. That's probably the coolest artwork behind him. Is that an Evian? He has a picture of just the Evian Mountains. Shout out
Yeah, I was
Alireza.
just thinking, like, is he sponsored by the bottled water?
What a cool and even the bull. I'm pretty sure it's like a milk.
Oh yeah, la vache qui rit.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I thought. Yeah, so
Nice.
very cool posters from Alireza. I'd expect nothing less.
Yeah, he's embracing his new home country as he should. And Aman, how about we look at the bird's eye view?
Yes, we have games underway, but also the matchups are now really underway in the losers bracket. Everything to play for there, because you win, you move on. You lose, you are fully eliminated from the competition. So after a very timid first round, where hey, it's not like the games were all boring draws, but after round one of all draws, I wonder if anyone is going to take any risks here, or if we're going to have all draws again and maybe 4 Armageddons.
Yeah, something that you are looking for the most, isn't that so?
Yep, absolutely. I think I'm looking once again at that Grishuk Duda game, and it just kind of reminds me, bottom of your screen there in the gray, kind of reminds me of a game that we saw earlier where Duda he hung that piece, and I feel like he's in that similar type of structure once again, and I'm a little concerned for him. I want to make sure that I'm not hanging any more pieces here, Duda.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the first one he would hang. And now Alexander Grishuk just played queen c2, preparing a very sneaky rook takes b5, sacrificing the rook in order to win the queen if black is not paying attention, which of course would never happen in this game.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right. Also, white's king, super safe here. So even though the evaluation is around even, I really prefer Grishuk's position. I think he's got a great game here. And this check, I know it looks annoying, but I think what we're going to see is just king f1 and probably g3 and king g2. And I'm shocked that he brought the bishop back. Thought we would see the king go over, but he says he doesn't mind bringing the bishop back. He can castle and maybe even put the bishop back on g5.
Ooh, and bishop e2 apparently is not as good, because now the idea for white is going to be rook to c1. Nope, did not happen. Although I do love bishop g5, because you're fighting for dark squares. You're saying black king is forever weak.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where I pretty much don't care what the engine says. White has to be better. In this case, it's obviously supported, but the knight on g5, once we recapture this bishop, can also reroute. Knight from g5 back to h3 and then into the f4 square, hits the h5 pawn, threatens some things in the middle as well. So I think that Grishuk has a lot of different ways that he could play in this position. And at what cost is it to him? Really, he's got that one pawn that he kind of wishes he had back, but I would happily take the compensation.
Yeah, and rook c1 has just been played, and I'm daring to ask for your permission to take a look at the game from the start, because it occurred to me that this is the Karo Khan, my favorite opening, the only one I play with black, and I recall Duda being an expert of it with the bishop f5, and of course everybody is going for h4, h5 these days, because computer says black doesn't equalize, and then bishop takes and queen queen f5. And
Yep.
Oh my god, b4! I had this just a week ago in my classical game against the young talent from Charlotte, North Carolina, who is rated 3,200 on chess.com. Any idea what that is?
I feel like Charlotte has so many. I don't know where anyone's from anymore. 3,200 on chess.com. Are we? Is this Andy Woodward?
James Chirilla, FIDE master. But what an interesting sequence of moves. And this is where we are. Apologies on this kind of extra context on the opening. And this is the current position on the board.
Well, the position that I see here, Grishuk seems to be in charge. Like he can triple on the c file if he wants to. Rook c3, rook c1. I suspect that the knight on f3 is his next goal to reposition. The knight on f3 is great, but I mean, it's not doing anything aggressive, so I would expect to see knight g5 and maybe even rerouting to f4, but certainly knight g5 and maybe rook c3 as next ideas.
I did notice that the evil bar kind of calmed down, as if bishop takes e7 was not forced and white shouldn't have hurried. But wasn't that the whole idea and the whole point of putting the bishop on g5?
This is why I just have this feeling that I don't trust the engine in these positions, because I know for sure that white always does well, and that black's position is really tough to play. So I will certainly be impressed by Duda if he can get some trades in, maybe go to an endgame and survive this position, because I've always known it to be super tough to play.
Makes total sense. And I guess it's time for us to move forward to some other games that we haven't covered yet before it goes into time scrambles.
That's right. Of course, result on the screen for everyone. That means we are going to be seeing, finally, hooray, one Armageddon match. That's Sam Sevian against Anish Giri. So that one will be going to Armageddon. The Armageddon will be coming for you guys after the break. Of course, we're going to take a break after these games, the midway point, but lots of chess to get to. Right now, I'm immediately drawn to the top left of our screen. Magnus Carlsen, Yu Yang. Magnus, he opened up with that beautiful victory, and now all of a sudden, it looks like Yu Yang might bounce back.
Yeah, let's take a look at that one. Magnus Carlsen versus Yu Yang. Ooh, what is going on here?
Definitely looks like a position where you have to do a little bit better than a draw here. If you're Yu Yang, you've got an extra minute, and you just can't repeat here. It's not good enough.
Yeah. Magnus is obviously happy with the repetition. It looks like this position have been at least 2 times already played. Now queen f6. The computer says a devastating advantage for white after d4. What is d4? Just sacrificing your pawn?
d4 is absolute madness. I guess if black takes back with the pawn, we have c5 or knight d5. Weird move, but yeah, c5 looks right.
Knight d5 is a funny one.
I guess he does play knight d5.
Wow, nicely spotted, Aman. Looks like you are still in the competitive seat.
Well, no, it's nicely spotted a mistake. Nicely spotted mistake. It's not a good move, I guess.
Yeah, and then I mean it's a beautiful combination for just to show to our viewers the idea here is that after pawn takes, we got a double attack to the king and to the rook.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why queen d8 has been played. Of course, no one is falling for the cheap tricks. Knight back to e3 is not the best. Instead, you should have put the knight on c3 in order to do another tactics.
I think the issue is that queen takes d3, and yeah, the live board has that. After knight e3, he just took the pawn. Oh! Because after rook d1, queen e4, he gets a trade, and Magnus is surviving, although still down on the clock.
Yeah, well, honestly, it looks like we kind of jinxed it, because just before we arrived here, everything was great for Yu Yang, and now the advantage is long gone.
Right. It's a thing of the past here. Now, the pawns for Magnus are no good, but what he's hoping is that there's just so many pawns that even if you win some of them, I mean, look at the time, it's already evened up again. It feels like Magnus is close to getting his closer to a draw than a loss now.
Absolutely. And rook takes h6, knight e6 happening right now. Well, I don't know if this is the most exciting time scramble that we want to stick to.
Now, I agree with you. There's better games out there, but we did see Magnus crawling back into that game. I mean, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi definitely looks very exciting right now. I see quick moves coming in, and I see big advantage for Hikaru, which, I mean, based on what happened in their first game, this is a huge advantage to jump out to.
Yeah, remember Hikaru only needs a draw to secure his win against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yes, if he wins this game.
Oh, right.
Yep, still best of 4 in the winners bracket, but I think what you're saying is you're probably looking at this position and saying, well, yeah, it looks like he's going to win it, so he'll only need a draw after that.
That's exactly what I meant, Aman.
Yep, no, I knew. Just explaining for the chat, of course.
So knight c4 has just happened, and then the bishop on d6 looks like a one big giant pawn, which is obviously not great. But hey, it doesn't matter because the d3 is going to promote anytime soon. g6 kicking another piece of white just back where it belongs, just sending the knight home, and then what is left for white?
Yeah, after the knight goes back, then the queen could potentially jump into f4. That's an option. If you wanted to get some trades in and up the material that Hikaru is up, he's definitely interested.
Yeah, and the queen e1. And now the pawn is gonna promote very soon, preparing d2. Knight back to c5, queen e1. But black is not gonna repeat because this is a win. And you just need to finish him off. h5, nice trick. Hoping to walk into the fork. That did not happen. And d2, and remember my words.
Yeah, queen back to a1, but Hikaru's not letting this slip away. I think Jan knows. However, Jan's up 10 seconds, and there's no increment. But if I have no time, I think Hikaru's the best guy. And actually, that's just a massive blunder. That's a win. 2-0 Hikaru as the very animated Jan Nepomniachtchi can't believe he just allowed mate in 2.
Yeah, that's not the best way to finish the game, although he was losing anyway. Ooh, look at this! Arjun versus Wei Yi. King and the pawn versus a king.
Yeah.
Well, white is losing on time. Are they gonna... Oh my god, we're gonna watch that.
Yeah, this is like one of those guilty pleasures to watch, because if he flags this, that's so impressive from Arjun. Top of your screen, purple board. There's only king and pawns left. It is a draw. But I think black is going to get the win. So impressive. Yes.
I did not find that game, but I did find Hyun Gi versus Magnus Carlsen.
Wow. Amazing. Magnus actually turns the entire game around in time pressure to get the win. He's up 2-0, and almost every single game that looked like, oh, it could be a draw, maybe even the other way, everyone who won again, except for Fabiano and Firouzja. That one is all evened up.
Yeah, and I do have to kind of point out once again that Arjun Ergaisi won his second game purely by flagging, because the position in the end was completely drawish, a theoretical draw and a king of the pawn, but Arjun has been a very dirty player here, and rightfully so, because he's got the entire minute advantage on the clock. But let me jump to the losers bracket as we speak, because there are still games going with few seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Grishuk Duda certainly looks like a game that will go in Grishuk's favor. There's so much time. 40 seconds is definitely going to be a win. And I mean, we might have to start redefining what dirty play is, because if there's prizes on the line and there's no increment, I'm definitely going for the flag, so I can't blame him one bit.
What a miss!
Oh, rook b5. And the problem is that now, yeah, he has to play the rook behind the pawn, but big issues because black can just go sack the rook b7, for example, take that pawn, and then use the h pawn to make a queen.
Yeah, and that's going to be yet another draw, which means it's going to be yet another Armageddon. Oh, they're not happy. Look at their faces. They're both not happy.
I mean, I understand it. This game was over for White. Such an easy victory, to be honest. I mean, that's a really
is
big
like,
throw.
what is this?
Yep, this is going to be a draw. Wow, I can't believe that. Grisha can't believe it either. Nobody's happy after that result, put it that way.
Yeah, no one can believe on whatsoever, but hey, this is 10 plus 0. What do you want? This is what you're here for. This is what you signed up for.
I agree. And wow, things change on our bracket here. Let's have a look, of course, always starting in the winners bracket. The winners quarterfinals is where we are. Second column on the screen. Magnus Carlsen extends the lead. It looked like a bad position when we joined it, Dina, but Magnus coming away with the victory, and 2-0 is the lead. Arjun making it happen on the clock. 2-0 lead over Wei Yi. Nakamura 2-0 over Nepomniachtchi, and the only match that's tied up is Fabi against Alireza 1-1. Remember, Dina, these matches are best of 4.
Correct. And then when we take a look at the losers bracket, we see that Andrei Yesipenko and Wesley So are tied in 1-1, just as everybody else. And if I recall correctly, all the first matchups were drawish. So that means these players are not ready to take the risks.
Yeah, I can't believe it, but we saw all these 2-game matches in the losers bracket. Draw first round, draw second round, and let's remember, Dina, these weren't just draws like, oh, opposite bishops, oh, handshake in 10 minutes, nothing. These were hard fought. There were wins on the board, throws by both players in some cases, which means very excited to do this, but we have to remind the people watching about the Armageddon format. So Armageddon is happening in all of these matches. What happens is the players bid time for the black pieces. Now, the reason is because if the game ends in a draw, black actually wins the Armageddon game. That's how we guarantee there's going to be a winner here. Because of that obvious advantage of having draw odds, of course, everyone wants to play black. So they bid for time, and the winner plays with the time that they bid. So basically, they say, how little time am I willing to play with to have the advantage of taking the black pieces? And white always starts with 10 minutes. So for example, maybe I say, oh, you know what? I'd be willing to play with 8 minutes and the black pieces. So I take a 2-minute disadvantage, but maybe you decide that you're gonna bid 7 minutes, 59 seconds, then you would win the bid, Dina, and then you would play with the black pieces. So I guess we'll just wait and see what these players are willing to risk, but kind of an interesting format, right? This bidding system.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually curious, and we will talk about that later, but I remember in Over the Board, top players would always say white is actually in favor, but here it's not 3 minutes, it's 10 minutes, it's different, so you have time to figure out what's going on. But let's bring that discussion later, as now it's time for Valentine's promo.
I mean, thank you, chess.com, for making it happen. Valentine's Day may have come and gone, but it's still Valentine's season, I'd like to say. So we want to remind you that Chessable is spreading the love. They have up to 55% off courses as a Chessable Pro member. There are over 150 courses available in this sale, so now is your best chance to learn from the very best authors in chess. Visit chessable.com/Valentines, or you can type !Valentines in chat to start browsing. And of course, we will be back with more CCT action right after this break. We have Armageddons for everyone.
David versus Goliath on the board. A young Grandmaster dares to challenge Magnus Carlsen, but no one saw this ending coming. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and you have to see this game from the Champions Chess Tour 2024. This epic showdown kicks off with an English opening, where Black plays bishop to c5, a trendy choice among the elite. White starts looking for play along the semi-open c file, with the mighty Little Devil on g2 ready to strike. a5 is a must to stop White's b4 expansion. No free real estate here. After bishop to b6, Black's pawn structure takes a hit. But hey, at least the weakness on c7 is gone. e3 is played to stop bishop takes f3 followed by knight d4. A couple of rooks leave the party early, and now queen e1 is sneaky, planning to put pressure on a potential b4 pawn. But then knight d5 drops like a bomb. Black is eyeing knight takes b4, ready to munch on the d3 pawn like a midnight snack. And Magnus pulls off a brilliant exchange sacrifice. Things are about to get wild. c5 is a good move, slamming the door on d4 like a boss. Knight d2 looks logical, but now Black's advantage starts snowballing. a6 was the way to go, but instead Magnus goes all in, queen to the back ready to push. Now f2 is sweating bullets. Knight c1 is a great move, making way for the rook. And now queen e4 lands like a hammer, hitting e5 and setting up rook to d1. The Viking of chess is now rook down, but he's putting all his hopes on the a pawn, which by the way has a jetpack thanks to the g2 rocket. Lazovic, calm as ever, finds the only winning move again, knight to d2. Forget about bishop d5 because rook takes a7 crushes the party. And then c4, run. White starts dreaming about queen h7 checkmate, but hold up, Black has just enough defensive firepower. Once the queen lands on f6, the rook slides to e8 and the Black king sneaks away like a coward to h8. White is left with nothing but sadness and resignation. Game over, what a battle!
The Esports World Cup is the place where the best gamers across all disciplines have the chance to come together. If you look at the history of games, the oldest, most important game of all time was still missing. The addition of chess is a super important step to have all the best games in the Esports World Cup.
I think chess is perfectly suited for this format. I love having a bit of a hybrid of over-the-board live events with computers and a live audience. It is purely a skill-based game where you can test yourself against your opponent. There are no excuses if you win or lose. You will see in faster games there will be a lot of swings, fast-paced actions. So I'm really excited for us to be part of it this year. Hopefully it's the start of something big.
welcome back to the 2025 Chessable Masters. Grandmaster Mon Hambleton, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. We have to get right into things. You know, the bids are in, Dina, and we are excited to announce them. So let's do so. Of course, we have the matchup with Pragg Nananda against Artemiev. And in that one, we had the bids come in 8 minutes 17 seconds for Pragg, 7 minutes 45 seconds for Artemiev, which means the lower bid, Artemiev, does get the black pieces. What do you make of that, Dina?
Yeah, that's so interesting. If you compare it to young Krzysztof Duda, 9 minutes versus Alexander Grishuk, 7:27 with black. Getting the black, Anish Giri, 7:39, where Sam Savian beat it 7:28, only 11 seconds less, and he gets black pieces. Wesley So has beat 7:01 and got the black pieces because his opponent, Andrei Yesipenko, only got 7:37. And here we are, all 4 games at the same time.
Everything is underway with the Armageddon, but also we still have the next game of the winners bracket, best of 4. So everybody is in action. Interesting to note that all of the bids that won, so the lower of the two, were in the 7-minute territory. The lowest bid of any was Wesley So, 7 minutes and 1 second. So he definitely wanted the black pieces. Sometimes it's a stylistic thing, you know? Wesley is definitely a guy that, if I think of most of the games so far, I feel like he's had a lot of draws.
Yeah, and I'm very curious about young Krzysztof Duda here, who is by far the most ambitious, taking the lead with white pieces and claiming 9 minutes. And, you know, in those moments, I wonder, wasn't it more logical just to say 10 minutes and just get the whole time you can?
Yeah, some players just enjoy having the white pieces, so they say, I bid 10 minutes, and whatever you bid, you know, you can basically just take that amount of time and take the black pieces. Jumping into this game right here, Grishuk starts with less time on the clock because he gets the black pieces. And if there's one person that's really been low on time and that we've had a lot of crazy time scrambles with, it's been Grishuk. So I don't even know if that's the right decision, but maybe you think about it this way, Dina. He's going to be low on time anyway, so why not just get there a little faster and have draw odds?
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. I guess if I were young Krzysztof Duda, I would just say 10 minutes and then take it anyway. But that's interesting. Aman, I was just suggesting you a point that just before we went on a break, like I never understood why top elite players would always say white is better in Armageddon. But that being said, it would be 5 minutes versus 4 minutes as a pure blitz. Here in Rapid, doesn't make that the black draw odds is just so much better.
Yeah, I agree with that in general, that with the more time on the clock, obviously things are a lot different, but that's why there's bigger bids coming in. So if you want the black pieces, you have to be willing to give up 2.5, 3 minutes on your clock. And honestly, a lot of these games have gone down to the time scrambles. So even though we're in much longer time control, I think that we're getting more of the same kind of feeling that players are happy to play white, but they better have a significant time edge. So Duda here still maintaining it, right? It's one thing to start with that time edge, but Dina, if you just play slowly, all of a sudden the time comes back to even and you realize you don't even have draw odds. So I would say that Duda is doing a decent job so far. Has the 2 bishops, has what I would say is a slightly better position, and has that time advantage.
Yeah, well, certainly it's also not necessarily about the big advantage you get out of the opening, as rather getting the position that you're comfortable in and where you know your plans, because you need to move and you need to move fast. And yeah, well, now that this game kind of stabilized in the end game, I would say, we can look at some other games and see what's else on the menu. Any excitement over there, Aman?
Well, I am expecting that the Armageddon games are going to be so crucial to keep an eye on. So I was actually thinking, top of our screen, Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Wanted to jump and take a look at that one before all the Armageddons get super exciting, because I see that the opening is really favored towards Nakamura right now. And let's not forget, in the winner's bracket, just a draw, Dina, is enough for Hikaru to win that matchup.
Yes, indeed. Let me find that game for you. While I'm scrolling, don't hesitate to update us on the overall situation so far.
I'm looking at the positions on the screen right here. I'm also drawn to Arjun's game against Wei Yi, top of your screen in the purple. This looks like a game that Arjun, with the lead that he has already, 2-0, again, a draw there is all he needs. So we could see a lot of winners bracket matchups wrapping up right here.
Yep. And we are finally here for Hikaru and Yan, looking at yet another beautiful center with double pawns, and that knight so ugly on d8 and then the rook on a8. I absolutely love Hikaru's position here, and look at the pawns, g6 and h5, overextended pawns in front of the king do not smell right at all.
Yeah, this must be a good position for Hikaru, and I say that with more evidence than just the evaluation bar way in his favor. Just looking at this, it has to be good. Waiting for the final piece to get into the action, the rook from a1 for Hikaru, but he has so many good options on how he wants to continue, and the main problem, as you pointed out, Nepo has this knight on d8 that can barely move. It can't go to f7 because of pawn to e6, and at the moment, it's just blocking the coordination between the rooks on black's 8th rank. So in a must-win game, this is looking absolutely tough for Nepo. I really have a hard time seeing him, make it out of this alive.
Yeah, certainly makes sense. Well, interesting to see how this is gonna go. And I suggest we continue taking a tour at what we have overall. We got some other games going on.
Yep, I feel like all these games in the winners bracket are so important to check in on because the matches could just end right away. Arjun and Wei Yi is another game. I feel like we've seen this structure before, but if we have a look, that's in the purple, top of your screen. I feel like Arjun is in such a commanding position here. It's all locked up on one side of the board, and it feels like even though Arjun's king is on the king side, it sort of feels like he's the one with all the play there.
Yeah, it reminds me of the same position we just saw by Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Yes. Really, really similar pawn structure. The a3 pawn was on b4 and the bishop was on f6, and black was suffering, and guess what? Black is suffering here as well.
Agreed. Yeah, this should be all Erigaisi. I don't see any way that Wei Yi can generate anything here. He can play defense. He can just kind of, I don't know, play some moves that keep things covered, but I don't see how he's going to do anything aggressive in this position unless he sacks in the center. Like, unless there's knight takes e5, I don't see any moves working for Wei Yi. This looks like if Arjun only needs a draw, he's almost guaranteed to win this match.
Yeah, and now with the knight retreating to d8, no knight e5 in the air anymore, and the bishop retreats, it's almost like the moment you said that, Wei Yi just decided to remove all the pieces away from the e5 so that there is no temptation for the unnecessary sacrificing. Well, this looks like a one-side game, Aman. I think we should go on and kind of speed up the race here, trying to catch up all the action.
Yep, completely agree. If we want to just finish our rounds in the winners bracket, Magnus Carlsen and Yu Yangyi, top left of our screen, we have to jump in there because Magnus only needing a draw is in the same boat as Hikaru, same boat as Arjun, and it feels like all three of them are poised to get the result that they need from their individual games. You have to just feel that Magnus, opposite bishops and with the white pieces, if he needs a draw, you'd probably feel like he's going to get it.
Yeah, you can just claim it right now. He can just suggest to split the result and call it a day.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea there. Rook b8 played from Yu Yangyi, and while he is technically up a pawn, I think we can agree that you know, it doesn't really feel like this is a pawn up that matters.
Yeah, and oh my lands, apparently we already have a big news coming out from our producers suggesting that we lost one player.
And it is going to be Pragg. That game, if I recall, it wasn't lost like a couple moves ago. I was paying attention to the eval bar, so that must have just happened absolutely out of nowhere. And of course, the other issue is that due to draw odds, if Artemiev even has an advantage in an endgame, honestly, at that point, you may as well just make a draw even and take your loss. So what a win from Artemiev, who actually gets the full win on the board. That was just a complete knockout. He had draw odds and he didn't need it.
Yeah, what happened over there? Although it looks like the whole game, starting from a certain, well, definitely wasn't the Caracan's fault, but apparently the whole game was really bad all the way since like here.
Mm-hmm.
And then nothing else exciting happened rather than it was just a lost endgame, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, let's stick with the action here. Unfortunate loss there for Pragg. He is out of the event, and there's so much live action here. I do think we've checked out those games in the winners bracket enough. Let's move to these Armageddons. They're now starting to really matter. Time is getting lower. Let's have a look at some of these. Immediately, I'm drawn to Esipenko against Wesley So. Time is pretty low there, and it's starting to look extremely good for Esipenko.
I love this knight on f6 attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, and attacking the checks on the king. And then the pawn just moving forward. How are you going to stop that pawn?
I don't see... I mean, one thing I'm looking at is king e5 into d6, because I like to threaten that checkmate on g8 all the time for the rest of the game. But, of course, that does leave a couple things hanging, like the pawn on h4, like the pawn on f3. So lots to think about here, and do not forget, pawn on c4 can go all the way.
Yeah, although that pawn on h4 is only fake hanging, because as you can see, we could have gotten a checkmate all the way here with your idea of blocking the king. It looks like a miserable situation, to be honest with you. And king e5 did happen on the board.
Nice, nice. King e5, king d6.
And king d6.
I really like this idea. It's so powerful because it just freezes black entirely.
c3 as you predicted, but now it's going to be followed by knight d7 and f6, completely locking this king, saying you are not having a second life here.
Oh, there's rook b1. Just king d8, rook b1, and is that just mate?
Nope, and that's why black had to sacrifice the bishop. But listen, this is going to be a game over. I suggest we move forward.
Next game. Yeah, this is going to be a win for Esipenko with the white pieces. So, you know, bidding that lower time, taking the black pieces did backfire there. Duda and Grishuk just ended, which means let's immediately go to Giri and Sevian. Duda will move on, winning that Armageddon game with the white pieces against Grishuk. So we lost Pragg, we lost Grishuk. We're going to lose Wesley So from the competition as well. Who are we losing here? It looks all but determined, Dina.
Yep, Anish Giri just won. GG's, congratulations. Turned out to have better nerves. Well. That's kind of a buzzkill, to be honest with you. All the Armageddons are decisive.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to be decisive no matter what, as the name
they
suggests.
They have finished. That's what I meant.
But absolutely, all games over there. Let's go to the live action here because there are still some games ongoing. This looks like a position from Magnus's game. He needs a draw there, and I would say that Yu Yang Yi still has something to play for. Hikaru with the victory. I mean, it could have been a draw, a victory. It wouldn't have mattered. But he gets it done in fashion. Absolutely crushed Jan Nepomniachtchi in that matchup there. And he moves on. Arjun looks like a matter of time, a matter of 1 second. And he does move on. Shall we take a look at Firouzja and Caruana?
Yes, absolutely. Firouzja and Caruana, just as Magnus and Yu Yang Yi are the only games remaining. So, Where is Firouzja and Caruana?
Yeah, this game is definitely, I think, the one with the most action, but with the most on the line here. Yu Yangyi absolutely needs a win. In his game, he's down 2-0. So we have opposite bishops. It definitely feels like there's not really anything he can do about that. We'll definitely monitor in case that gets exciting. But for the moment, it seems like Magnus is kind of handling things. Meanwhile, with a 1-1 match here, so much to play for, taking the lead.
Yeah, and this is like if this game is decisive, then nothing is decided yet, because these two will definitely have 2 more games to go, including this one. And now rook to d6. Okay, tying up the b6. This is like a weakness, but it's only one weakness, and we all know that in order to win a chess game, you gotta create a second weakness.
Yeah, the knight has a beautiful path, knight e3, knight d5, but Alireza not ready to, let that happen for free. Instead, he's putting pressure on d3, so maybe white can play rook d3 or rook d2. Okay, chooses rook d1, and both players are sort of happy getting their knights in.
Yeah, very strong knights in the center of the board, outposts right the way it should be, and it almost like this d3 is pretty useless pawn because it doesn't do anything. It kind of compensates b6, but this is actually a you're getting this is actually not true, because the pawn on d3 is protecting the center, and trust me, it is playing a very important role here.
Yeah, and the one thing about white is if you ever play knight to d5, you might actually get in a lot of trouble, because all of a sudden queen g4 could be played and your light squares are weak. So that explains why Fabi stationed his queen on d1 to watch over all of that. So that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, it seems like he's really going for it with f5. I like it, opening things up, putting the pressure on.
Ooh, and now d3 becomes weak and the target, even though e5 is isolated and h5 is slightly overextended. It looks like black's pieces are just in a better control. And oh my goodness, the rook on h2, this is a danger zone.
Yeah, the f2 pawn is going to be very weak. Queen f3, you could just take it and bring the rook to f6. We can also report that Magnus has drawn his game against Yu Yangyi, which means he's won the best of 4 matchup and will move on in the winner's bracket, but will obviously stay right here with the only game remaining in the round.
Congratulations to the former world champion, who has proved yet again his dominance, at least for now. And here, Fabiano versus Alireza are definitely trying to catch Magnus, because as you all remember, Magnus is the ultimate winner of dozens and dozens of Chessable Masters over the last 5 seasons.
Yeah, he has won the entire Champions Chess Tour every single time that it's been held. So while he may not have been victorious in every single event, he certainly won the overall tournament. So let's have a look at this. Queen f3. I can't stop it. Queen e3. Don't make that mistake thinking you can play it. Instead, rook e6. And hang on a sec. Is he really in trouble?
Oh, that's like white is walking on fire because the rook d1 and then king h2 saved by arbiter, but still pretty much walking on fire regardless.
And Fabi actually looked like he was extremely unhappy with what he just saw.
Oh my god! What is this? What just happened? We missed something. Oh, it's the clock!
At this point, yeah, it's all about the clock, but I mean, black is favored here for sure. Just pawn up to g5. And yeah, the 2 pawns will win easily here, but Alireza low on time.
Alireza is definitely better with the mouse. I'm here for the technique.
Yeah, I think this is not even one, and we do see the resignation. It's not even one that we're going to see Fabi make an attempt at. He knows he can't compete at that point with Alireza, one of the absolute top players in the entire world on online time scrambles.
Nice, very nice, impressive. Alireza wins on the board and on the clock and by resignation. Well, Aman, let us see at all the results so far.
Please, yeah, let's have a look at the bracket and we'll see exactly what's going on here. The dust has settled on a lot of matchups up in the winners bracket, of course. We did see a lot of matches conclude. Magnus, 2.5. With that draw, it's all he needed to go to the semifinals. And he's joined and met there by Vachier-Lagrave, who has absolutely crushed Wei Yi in their matchup. But as you pointed out, quite a few of those were on time. So he's just really using the format to his advantage. We will not have the winners semifinals today. Of course, that will come tomorrow, but we have the matchup guaranteed there. Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave. Meanwhile, another crushing match, Hikaru Nakamura, 3-0 over Nepo. He awaits the winner of Fabi and Alireza, who will continue, of course, to play in the next game just now, Dina.
Yeah, and speaking of losers bracket, if you want to take a look at that one, we just had Armageddons, and we lost 4 players out of those.
Yeah, the Armageddons, such an exciting format. We saw some quick and decisive results, some of them way quicker than others. So we can see that Esipenko moved on. We also saw Artemiev, Duda, and Giri emerge victorious from those Armageddons, which means Wesley So, Pragnananda, Grishuk, and Sevian are no longer in the competition. And the losers round 2 matchups have been made for the most part. The only thing we're waiting for is, of course, this right here. So, Dina, as we get back into the matchup, there is really only one game that we have, right? All Armageddons decided and everything decided in the winners bracket, except for this one right here, a must-win situation for Fabiano.
Who would have guessed? We started with 8 games and we're finishing with only 1. But right now, all eyes on this particular one because it's gonna be painful for one of these 2 players. And we mentioned already many times that both Alireza Firouzja and Fabiano Caruana are some of the heaviest weightlifters in the chess arena of nowadays.
And the loser of this matchup is going to move to the loser's bracket and play Esipenko, who's no easy opponent. Esipenko has taken on Magnus. He could have tied things up at the end, missed an important tactic. He just took out Wesley So in Armageddon, and he'll be waiting for the loser of this one. Meanwhile, the winner, as if it's a prize, gets to play Hikaru Nakamura in the next round.
Yeah, what an amazing reward for such an effort.
Exactly right. Seems like, I almost might want to take a loss and head down to the loser's bracket because that doesn't seem much easier. But obviously, highly competitive in here. Let's focus on the match at hand. Alireza, 2-1 up on Fabiano. It's a best at the very least, even if Fabi doesn't have the greatest position. Set yourself up for an opportunity to win on the board potentially and on the clock, and maximize your chances.
Yeah. And now with f takes e6, a very unusual structure. The king is in the center. I have a feeling this king intends to stay in the center. Fabi has to play somewhat Fabi has to take risks and that can backfire, but that's the only chance he can actually do something here. And now c4 controlling the center because d5 would have been a significant pawn break. I think we can predict the rook coming to g8, targeting the g2, saying, come on, buddy, just castle short and see what happens.
It does not look tempting at all. And the other issue with the position is, where does Black's king go? You've already played rook c8. You might be hinting at the move rook g8. And then suddenly your rooks will both moved and you have to make a decision for yourself. So will Black move the bishop and actually castle and then maybe tuck the king on h8? That's the safest place I can think of. And it doesn't even look that good.
Yeah, well, that's going to be interesting. And now Fabi is thinking. He is, in fact, evaluating those options. But he comes up with something completely different. f5, pawn break, taking control of the center, kind of justifying the whole pawn formation here. Yeah, what an ambitious move. I love that.
Yeah, it's like a pawn formation. It's like a Tetris block at that point, just inching forward. F5, intending perhaps the move F4, but you sort of, it's almost more threatening to leave the pawns on E5 and F5 and just threaten to play E4, threaten to play F4, but don't necessarily commit until you're ready. But yeah, I'm not really sure where Alireza wants to put his king, but I would say kingside makes the most sense because you have a rook staring at you in the face no matter which side you go to.
Yeah, queen d5 followed by queen d7. Wow, it looks like queen is just controlling everything, stopping rook g8, stopping the king from castling or hiding somewhere. I assume the knight e7 is a logical follow-up, trying to kick the queen out of here before it's too late.
Agree with that. With white's move here, I was also wondering, what do we really want to do? Is it short castle? Is there any kind of aggressive knight g5 to consider? Because this knight e7 move for black, that does look very good.
Huh. Well, but also the question is for white, where are they gonna castle? We already mentioned that king g, putting the king on the g1 is not necessarily something you'd want, but king c1 is not an option either. So perhaps, and we see b3 on the board.
Yeah, b3 is definitely a slow move. Alireza knows that he only needs a draw, so he's probably not trying to be the most ambitious. You mentioned that the queen on d5 covers rook g8. I think that's really important, and it would make me feel a little bit safer about castling kingside, knowing that rook g8 can't be played right away. But b3, for me, it's definitely a little bit of a slow move. My first thought is like, is it possible to move the knight and then just activate like with even b5? I don't know if that's too early for that move.
Oh, interesting. But first things first, knight e7, kicking the queen. And now how about, f4? I love that. Kicking the bishop. Knight is gonna head to f5. Don't be fooled by the fact that you're so to be blocking your own bishop, because you're actually taking space from your opponent's bishop. And again, we talked about so many times breaking the rules. And here, you might think that putting the pawns on the same color of the bishop might be not the best strategy, but think about your opponent's bishop, which you're completely restricting. Also, you're taking control of the center. So everything is actually pointing out that Fabiano is doing the right thing and so far being pretty successful.
And a 2-minute time advantage with no increment chess in a must-win game is definitely going to set you up for success. So everything we outlined at the start, I feel like he's doing now. He's got a chance to win on time. He's got a chance to win on the board. It looks like he's done a good job. Rook g8 definitely stands out to me as a potential move. b5 still. So I'm looking at both sides of the board here, and the more I look at the position, the more I feel, okay, if we want to castle, we need to do it right away. Bishop g7 and castle.
Bishop g7. It doesn't seem right to me, and I'll tell you why. Simply because Bishop g7 will stop you from attacking unless you're going to put it on f6, but then you're going to lose a tempo, and then d6 might be weak. So why don't you just keep your bishop right there and then just play rook g8 and king f7?
Yeah, I think Fabi must have just come to a decision that he didn't want his king in the middle. He didn't want to play that risky. So instead of playing rook g8 and really going for it, he's maybe saying, look, I've got 2 extra minutes here. I'm not worse. I want to put my king to some kind of safety, bishop g7 castle, and then I've still got the b5s in the position. So I agree. I don't think this was the most, optimistic decision, definitely not the most testing, but I think he's realizing that he just likes his position, doesn't mind it, and he's willing to put the king in safety and keep his time edge.
Yeah, he has time and he's taking his time. Again, already 2 moves lost for 2 tempi lost. Another tempo is going to be lost after castle and king h8, and then rook g8. Still not convinced by the decision, but probably doesn't change that much. Fabi is still on the side that's kind of deciding where the game is going to go.
That's right. White has some light squares here. Queen e4. Once the bishop moves, like bishop b4 or bishop c3, you could even bring the knight back. Knight d2, knight e4. So I think for white, bringing like bishop c3, knight d2, knight e4, that's going to be a really big deal.
Yeah, and now white has castled as well. So it's time to bring the rook to g file. Are we gonna see king h8? Are we gonna see rook f7 and rook g7? Or maybe it's time to activate the queen by playing queen g4.
Yeah, all of these moves, I agree. They just don't compare to the previous position where black was playing rook g8 and having immediate threats. So
yeah,
I definitely think this is not as good. And yes, the threat is e4 here. This move kind of encourages it, actually. So
ooh,
I wonder.
queen f5 was just low-key preparing e4, and white should absolutely have taken time to stop it, but instead Firouzja evaluated the e4 as of not a big deal, and the time is gonna show. Oh,
Okay, yeah, I was saying like knight d2. This is exactly what I was looking for a couple moves ago. Bishop c3, knight d2, and white's just going to play knight e4, f3 if needed, and I'm really starting to doubt black's position.
whenever I see the rook coming to d8, I can tell you straight away this is not what we are heading for when we were pushing the pawn to f4.
That's right. No kingside initiative for Fabi at all. And exactly as we've been pointing out, I mean, bishop c3, knight e4, f3, it's been an absolute walk in the park for Alireza. He hasn't had to think about any of these moves. It's just been really, really obvious what he should play.
Damn, I'm sorry, but I'm very disappointed here because someone like Fabi should understand when it's time to play positional chess and when it's time to attack, especially when you are behind and you were in a must-win situation with black. The whole point of taking g takes f6 was to get wild and start attacking. And here, your move is going to take place b5, but apparently it's a mistake.
I think it's a mistake probably because of this. Bishop takes on h4 is definitely a move that I see almost no attacking future in the position. Now, it also comes with threatening knight takes d6 after bishop h4, so it's extra good for white. But I will say even just trading white's bishop for black's knight without winning more material is just already a very, very good achievement. So Fabi must retreat the knight. And look, you can take on b5, but I actually agree with Alireza not to take and to just play rook d5 and rook d1. Keep it so simple.
Yeah, and look at this rook on d5, look at this knight on e4, the pawn on f3, everything is just blockading the dark squares and the white bishop. If you recall, I once praised the f4 saying that it would restrain the white bishop, but now the bishop on f2 is having a fantastic time with hold this diagonal and absolutely no problem, whilst bishop on e7 is just a one giant pawn, and it just looks like this is a lesson for everybody watching right now. What is a good bishop versus a bad bishop?
Yeah, and Alireza has done such a phenomenal job at, remember, he did not control d5 or e4, but he got that control over the last sequence of moves. So it's been impressive to watch him just maneuver the pieces.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you gotta make exceptions to the rules. Yes, you were told to castle when you're growing up, but once you were an established player, you gotta understand when it's a moment to break the rules and not castle, but instead start the attacking, because you just don't have time for that.
I would say knight takes c8 here really jumps out at me as the move that seems to seal the match. I think Fabi is really happy with this because I thought if you only need to draw as Alireza, knight takes on c8 gets you two rooks for the queen. Instead, this is now a balanced position as far as I can see, and there's definitely a shot for Fabi up time.
Ooh, something has changed, and all that just happened while we were talking about strategy, where concrete moves have taken over once again.
Yeah, rook c2. Obviously, not just threatening the pawn, but threatening to double the rooks on the second rank. Will we see h5 here? Because it's almost like h5 by white is so strong you need to.
It's a must, and black has just played h5, and now I'm here for the doubling rooks.
Rook takes a2 certainly can be played. I wonder, is it time to just play a4? Do you play rook back to d2? That's, I mean, not really the move you want to do.
You gotta distract black from doubling the rooks on the second rank.
So I think maybe rook d2, we might see bishop b4 potentially.
Knight d6 has happened, attacking the rook on c8. No time to grab the a2. Black must move the rook.
This is a good move. Knight to e4 and knight to f6 is a very strong idea. Really like this move, especially because bishop takes knight. All of a sudden, you take it back, and the knight on g6 is kind of stuck.
Yeah, please don't tell me we're gonna see another mate in one blunder by the rook on h7.
That would be too... I mean, we're already 2 checkmates more than we should be seeing, so I can't make any predictions.
Right, now it all comes down to the rook on c6. The moment it moves, nope. Bishop e7. Fabi sees that he's not falling for those tricks. Bishop e7, protecting f6, targeting h4, and then rook to a7. The good thing for white is that knight on g6 is now stuck, protecting the bishop.
And I've been mentioning this time advantage the entire match. It's still here. Talk about a minute advantage now. A minute advantage is everything. This is huge for Fabiano. He has real winning chances due to the clock.
And white is the first one to put both rooks on the 7th rank. Remember, Aman, this is called the stomach paradise in some of the chess cultures. So this is the ultimate place for the rooks. And here, well, white, black is doing similar thing, but threatening the main one. G4. G4 was a blunder. Oh my god. Rook h1, that was a blunder. Okay, never mind. We're past that sequence.
Yeah, I think if it's such a significant blunder, oh wow, this is just check.
Bishop h3.
He's like, he can't believe it. This is forced mate. Alireza just tossed the entire game away right there. King takes g3 is madness.
And Fabiano is shrinking, taking a sip of his favorite drink as he watches.
And it seemed almost like Alireza didn't realize the mate until the final move. It's like he completely blanked on the f4 square, didn't see it because he only reacted after the last move. And he just can't believe it right now. You know what, Dina? This does go as another checkmate sequence that top grandmasters in the world have allowed inexplicably today.
Yeah, and even though it's the opposite king from what we were expecting, this is yet another dramatical way how the game has ended. And that leads us into yet another Armageddon game by these two players, because Fabiano just caught Alireza and the score is currently 2-2.
I can't believe it, but guys, we are back with Armageddon. We just saw it, but if you need a brief reminder or if you just got here, playing Armageddon with the black pieces is a big advantage compared to white, because if the game ends in a draw, black wins. So everybody wants to play with the black pieces. But since everyone wants to play, what they're going to do is bid time for the black pieces. You're going to say, hey, I'd like to play with the black pieces. Give me those pieces. I'll take 7 minutes instead of the 10 minutes that white gets. If the opponent bids higher, then you got it. If you have the lowest bid out of the two players, you get the black pieces and you get the draw odds. But the catch is that white always starts with 10 minutes. So let's see what these players are going to bid, Dina, because I'm very interested to find out. We saw 7 minutes was around the bid from the previous Armageddon matchups. We have that coming up for you guys, as well as, a lot of action from that one. But first, before we get there, we're going to remind everyone about Chessable Variations. Seeing openings you like from your favorite players in the Chessable Masters? Well, Chessable Variation Preview lets you sample some trainable variations from any paid course for free, allowing you to explore different courses, whether it's on openings, endgames tactics, strategy, everything else in between. You get 10 free previews per month, and all you need to do is visit a course page and click Explore Variations. You can try it for yourself at chessable.com, or even easier, !Chessable in the chat. Guys, we have Armageddon coming up. Fabiano, Alireza, it's 2-2. We can't wait to get into it, but we will be there right after this very short break. Welcome back. The 2025 Chessable Masters continues. Grandmaster Mon Hambleton, Women's Grandmaster Dina Belankaya. We have only one match remaining, Dina, and it is in Armageddon, everyone's favorite. Hopefully, at least it's definitely my favorite, and we have bids. So we can announce that Fabiano Caruana has bid 8 minutes and 1 second. Meanwhile, Alireza bid 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So based on our Armageddon rules, the lower bid does, quote unquote win. But Dina, I gotta ask you, does that feel like a win? Alireza plays with 6.5 minutes to 10.
I don't know, honestly. Yes and no. Well, to some extent, Alireza is a mouse master, so he can easily just speed up a little bit, just rely on his intuition and catch back to Fabiano. Why not?
Yeah, at the end of the day, he bid 6 minutes, 30 seconds, so he has to be willing to play with it. So I bet he's going to be reasonably happy, but you have to think on the other side, Fabiano was willing to play with 8 minutes and not anything less. So I think he's probably thinking, all right, that's fine. You would have won the bid with 7 minutes, 59 seconds, 8 minutes. So I'm happy that at least you're down to 6.5.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And look at this opening. I don't see any significant advantage. What is it like? Hold on a second. So you were telling me that you want to play white pieces in Armageddon and you go e3 on move number 3?
Yeah, I think I wonder, this is like some great theory that we transposed into. I mean, I guess we're kind of in the like, what are they? Is this like the note boom or something? I'm trying to remember. I don't know my names, but this almost looks like the reverse of an opening that I've seen Black play quite a bit. And so as a result, what I'm wondering is, why are we in a position where Alireza is able to play so many moves just from memory? It feels like we're already in the middle game and he hasn't used any time.
Yeah, and he has, and playing Black, Alireza has draw odds. So this is a significant parameter here in this game. So just as before, Fabiano is in the must-win situation, and that doesn't make it any better, knowing that what we just saw in the previous game wasn't as convincing at all. That attack was like just a lucky shot in the dark.
Agree. Yeah. Obviously, he'll take a win any way that he could get it, and not to take anything away from that performance. But you're right. That did not look like it. Like Fabi would never repeat that game in a must-win situation. So this is another case where I wonder, are we going to see this kind of move like e4 by white? I'm not sure if it's any good here. You kind of offer a trade in the middle, and you want to encourage Black to play d4. So white plays e4, Black plays d4, and then the goal is to try to put your pieces on those light squares and stop the huge pawn formation from advancing.
Yeah, and it's funny because after that, if we show to everybody, would again witness this kind of interesting bishop dynamic here against good bishop and the bad bishop. But apparently, according to the engine, this would be such a big advantage for Black.
Wow. Yeah, it must be just that you don't have time to get pieces where they need to go, because knight c4, I guess, just drops the e-pawn, and you can't quite get that blockade in. But I wouldn't be surprised that Fabi's at least considering this, and time is ticking away. Don't forget, Alireza gets to calculate when it's Fabi's turn.
Yeah, and knight h4 just happened on the board. Fabi is trying to attack again, bringing the knight to f5, the best possible square for the knight. Now g6 should happen, did not happen. What is Fabi gonna say on that?
Yeah, knight comes into f5. I guess if g6 ever happens, he's trying to say, look, the diagonal now is no good. The bishop on c3 is getting a bit stronger, but I don't know that I believe it. Instead, bishop a5 was played. Yes, maybe a mistake according to the engine, but you have to remember as well, Alireza, he's looking to keep it simple. He's not trying to lose on time. He's just trying to trade pieces. He knows he can make a draw.
Yeah, and now the knight on g3 is actually helping the e4 pawn that has just been pushed, and after d4, what we just looked into, white would have enough time to put the knight on c4. But right now, white actually has to face another reality, which is on a4, as this pawn is falling down, and white is trading for the c5 pawn. But once again, the trades are actually in Black's favor.
Yeah, not only are these trades by calculation in Black's favor, but I would also say just trading pieces in general favors Black, because we're getting closer and closer to just no more pieces left and a draw on the board. I love what I'm seeing here from Black's position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the queen is attacked, and even though it goes on b4, if it were to go on b4, it wouldn't be enough to protect the pawn, as there are 3 attackers right now. So the queen just has to decide where it just wants to be once Black takes that pawn. And then the b5 would be the only hope for whites, but that doesn't seem like it's good enough.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I would say there's still a little bit to be decided here, but no, Fabi cannot be that happy. Remember, he started with a 3.5 minute advantage, and it's really pretty much down to about 2 minutes now.
Yeah, and Fabi must have learned his lesson from the game where he got brutally flagged. It was, I believe, the game number 3 of their matchup, where just you cannot just have the same amount of time as your opponent, because your opponent is the best of its kind when it comes to bullet.
That's right. Yeah, especially now he knows that with draw odds, he has to get it done on the board or on the clock. So I would say right now we're looking at a position that really favors Alireza, because I'm seeing lots of trades, lots of liquidation, and over 4 minutes for Alireza. This guy plays an entire game in 30 seconds, no problem.
Yeah, and rook to b1, now rook to c6, attacking the rook. Oh, queen d6 is actually leaving the e4 hanging.
Yeah, and rook d4 is going to be your next move here. At this point, I'm struggling to see anything for Fabiano. This is really, really a bad position. I mean, probably just better if you're Alireza.
Yeah, and queen d5 is gonna attack the knight. How are you gonna defend it?
Rook d4, queen d5 all look amazing. This position is very, very wrong.
Rook c2 happened, but that is... what is in the air? Am I not seeing something? Knight e4, rook takes e4. Is that rook a1? Oh.
Kind of a weird position there. I wouldn't normally think that this does anything.
Oh, but that's no interest. After knight f5, it would be a perpetual, which white does not need.
Yeah, this would be a great way to force a loss for yourself.
And now queen g5 happened on the board, but just f6 is gonna calm the queen down.
Yeah, queen g5. What he wants is he actually wants to play that knight f5 move, but he wants to do it and actually make some threats. He doesn't want to do it when it's just a draw. So once again, who knows, but this knight takes e4 move could very well be something, because I can see queen d8 here and then knight f5. Like, I could see these types of ideas working, but just because the engine says it works, the engine doesn't know, Dina. This is an Armageddon game.
Yeah. And now if knight takes e4 is probably an idea for white sort of trying to get into a disbalanced position.
Yeah, but we're looking at a position where Alireza has more than 3 minutes. This guy plays 3-minute blitz all the time. He's got a better position. Time is now, I mean, just over a minute and 20 seconds ahead. This is nothing. Fabi's in big trouble.
Fabi is in a critical decision, and he's making this knight f5, which is apparently not working at all, because queen takes d2. Is that just a blunder? Queen takes d2?
I think he's looking at queen d8 check, knight
but
f8.
Then knight f8.
Yeah, knight e7, and then queen takes on b6.
Like king g7.
Yeah, queen takes b6 at the end. I think he's...
You
know, I think that's what he at least saw, and he was like, well, I got to go for something. But, pawn to e3 at the end of it is going to make a lot of a lot of things happen here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no. Something that Fabi definitely did not see coming, because now after f takes e3, we would see yet another checkmate number 4.
And queen takes e3, no better, because I think you can just trade queens and play the rook down to a2, and nothing is stopping you on the second rank. It's kind of amazing. You have a passed b pawn as white. You're almost getting a queen, but no, there's a minimum going to be a draw there, probably even more.
Yeah, we talked about the importance of having both rooks aligned on this 2nd or 7th rank, and here is another example. And you know what, Aman, it actually looks to me pretty painful to see how the game is almost over, yet there are still 3 entire minutes on the clock. So Fabi did not squeeze anything whatsoever at this point.
Yep, sadly, I think that is the case. Yes, you can take on f2. Honestly, I was even considering rook down to a2, but let's talk about e2 as well. You could just push that pawn forward.
What a painful experience for Fabi, and we can see by his body language he is not happy with how things are going right now.
Yep, and he has to avoid a draw. That's the toughest part. Alireza right now, he's playing chess, but he's also thinking match, right? He's thinking, okay, how can I also make a draw? I don't need to win this game. I could maybe sacrifice for a draw that I know I can make.
Yeah, Rook e2. Well, you know, Aman, sometimes it backfires. I recall like some of the competitors saying whenever you're in a must-win situation, never play for. Sorry, whenever you're in a must like safe draw situation, never play for a draw. Instead, try to play for a win, because the moment you're starting to play for a draw, just like here, Alireza, you actually are taking risks because you're not playing your best chess anymore.
Yep, Rook c4 here could be a big problem. Yeah.
Oh.
This looks like a serious issue. Also, because if Rook back to a1 here, you could play Rook to a4 maybe. You know what I mean? You could make a draw by like chasing the Rook, and a draw is all you need to win the match. And I think he's going to exploit that.
Fabi's not happy.
I don't see any way to get out of this. I think this is the end of the match, unless there's some kind of magic to be had, but I'm not seeing it.
Nope. Fabi has given up.
Yeah, and what a clever, I'll even call it a tactic. How about it? Tactic. Because, yeah, there's no draw to be had by white, so may as well repeat, and that will be game over.
Queen e3, but isn't that just checkmate incoming after Rook a1? Oh, boy.
I don't think there was anything for Fabi there. And I mean, he looks so dejected there, but let's not forget, Fabiano Caruana is only going to the losers bracket, right? He hasn't disappeared from the event, but a full congratulations to the Armageddon winner, Alireza Firouzja, who stays in the winners bracket and moves on to play Hikaru Nakamura as we take a look at the bracket after everything has concluded. Dina, the winners semifinals, not happening today, but look at those matchups. I mean, this is some of the absolute best matchups you could ask for.
Yeah, the battle of generations. Magnus Carlsen, who is motivated these days just by showing youngsters who is the boss. And here he is having to face Arjun Egarisi, India's highest rated chess player at the current time. Or I believe Gukesh might have reached him, but in any case, that's gonna be super exciting and very definitely a lot of pressure on Magnus's shoulders. And then another matchup we'll see is gonna be Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. Two online masteries are gonna be facing each other, and we are gonna see who is better. I recall at the CCC finals in September in Paris, Nakamura showed Alireza who is the boss, and is this something we're gonna see tomorrow?
Yeah, some super, super exciting winners semifinals there. But don't forget about the rest of the players in the event. There's so much talent buried in the losers bracket. So losers round 2 will also take place tomorrow. That's going to be Fabi against Esipenko, Artemiev against Nepomniachtchi, Duda against Wei Yi, and Yu Yangyi against Anish Giri. If you're in the losers bracket, there is only one more loss that you can take. So if you lose, you are out. And obviously, all the players in the winners bracket, if they lose, they will simply drop down to the losers bracket to play some of these players. So Dina, any picks for who you think might make it out of the losers bracket? Anyone to watch?
Well, now that Caruana has just been downgraded to the losers bracket, when I look at this, I do believe he's a clear favorite. That being said, Jan Nepomniachtchi is also not in the business of giving away points, and so is Anish Giri. And yeah, that's what we have for tomorrow. But before that, we still have something exciting for you as of right now.
Yeah, I think after a long day of chess, it might not be, his favorite place to be giving an interview, but man, for us fans, it is a treat. We are going to be doing an interview with Alireza, which means we're going to take a short break to set that up. But after his victory there and staying in the winner's bracket, we're going to be with Alireza Firouzja right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Chessable Masters. Myself, Dina, still here. And of course, we are joined by the winner of that exciting final match, Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja. Welcome, Alireza. Of course, congratulations on the win there against Fabi. I mean, obviously, I got to ask you about that last moment there, because he really made a comeback unexpectedly in a must-win game and took it to Armageddon. So, I mean, did that have you feeling nervous for Armageddon, or you just said, hey, I got my bid ready, 6 minutes, I'm feeling comfortable? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big disappointment. I didn't finish the job in rapid portion. I could have just taken the rook, give up the queen, and it was a very easy, at least, draw. So I didn't do that, and then, yeah, it was very tough to play the Armageddon, but then I knew that I have to make lower bid, because with less time I have still better chances.
And were you surprised by the opening choice for that Armageddon game that Fabiano made? Move e3, number 3, and then you were so confident in that opening.
Yeah, I mean, this was what I was playing back in 2020, so it was like I know a lot about this line, but I couldn't remember, so I just knew this rook a7, queen a8, and but I think my bishop should not be on d6. So, but yeah, I just try to play fast and keep my chances.
Well, I was also wondering, Alireza, what you think of the format. Obviously, it's kind of changing a little bit, getting a bit more esports style. Do you think it's something that favors you? Do you enjoy it, this no increment style of online chess?
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot, but I know that there are some of my colleagues that some of my older colleagues that don't like it so much. So, but for me, it's really good, and it's like the best time format I could get. So
You don't
I'm very
mind
happy.
flagging them in a rook versus rook if you had to?
No, I mean, why? Why to mind?
And how looking forward are you? How exciting are you about your upcoming matchup tomorrow versus your best friend, Hikaru Nakamura?
Yeah, I mean, it will be exciting. It will be very tough. It will be interesting, and I miscalculated today actually because there is a grand final. So if tomorrow is not the real semi-final. So today when I was coming to the day, I thought I could get at least top four, but it's not true actually. So now I just figured it
Mhm.
out.
Yeah, double elimination is that format that everyone can reappear. Even Fabiano, you beat him, you think you're done with him, but he could come back to get you in the winners bracket at the very end.
Yeah.
Also, I guess with the Esports Cup coming up, this is a qualifier for that as well. I mean, Alireza, maybe I'll put you on the spot, but has anyone been talking to you about signing to some teams? You've probably seen a lot of your colleagues, sign to various esports orgs. What do you think of the chess and esports kind of coming together?
No, it was always this potential. It was very clear after pandemic that chess should be somewhere in esports, and I'm very happy. It's the biggest stage. So, and for the team, I still don't know. We should wait and see. I cannot say
Okay,
anything.
that's fair. That's
We were
fair.
very attracted to your beautiful posters on the wall. We even thought that you might have already had a sponsor such as Evian or La Vachier-Lagrave.
Yes. I'm trying to get sponsored. Maybe this help.
That's right. Yeah. Anything to make it happen. I love it. I love it. Well, Alireza, it's been a long day of chess. Obviously, for you, you were our last match and even went into Armageddon, but you emerged victorious. You already talked about it. You're up against Hikaru Nakamura next. We'll let you go prepare for that matchup, but excited to see you again in the winners semifinals. Congratulations today.
Thank you.
That was Grandmaster Alireza Firouzja after a long day of chess. Very impressive that he was able to, maintain his composure, Dina, after that tough, checkmate that he walked into there. I'm so impressed that he was able to refocus, and he even bid a lower time than anyone we'd seen in any Armageddon, and it didn't seem to phase him. It was, he knew his limits.
I somewhat think that Fabiano was actually helping him, in all fairness, Aman. That game didn't sound like a fighting game, but we shall not talk about that. And yeah, thinking about tomorrow, I tried grilling Alireza a little bit on Nakamura, provoking him, calling Nakamura being the best friend. It didn't help. I'm curious how this matchup is gonna go.
Yeah, I think there's no hiding the competitive nature, of all the players in the event, but certainly those two. So that's going to be one that you simply cannot miss. But of course, your guy Magnus Carlsen up against Arjun. Super impressive to see Arjun doing so well in this tournament. He won 3-0 against Wei Yi as well. So he's really, really been dominating. And everyone in the losers bracket, as we've talked about, is just they can't lose from here on out. They only have one more life remaining, and any one of them could make it back up to the winner's bracket and even win the entire event still.
Yeah, and that's a lot of exciting action for us, Aman. I guess it's time to say goodbye for today. And tomorrow, a lot of things on the menu. I am looking forward.
That's right. Dina, been a pleasure. Chat, thanks for being with us. Shout out to the producers and the team. That's all from us today, but the 2025 Chessable Masters, as part of the Champions Chess Tour, will continue. Everybody fighting for a spot in the Esports World Cup. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more action.